Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today we will be continuing our Manchuria run with the goal of eventually forming Great Qing. Once we annex Great Qing, we will be able to form Great Qing. But just a bit of a friendly reminder that we are still raising money for Ukraine, for the forces fighting in Ukraine, providing non-lethal aid. Now, I don't think we had the browser already set up here, but we are currently raising money for the Ukraine Defense Fund charity. For those of you who are interested in contributing, you can follow my link to the Twitch. We are raising money through Twitch as the platform. And you just need to go to my Twitch link, and then it'll be in the right-hand corner in order to contribute if you're interested. But we will be continuing this run. We have started here in Victoria 3, moving on, getting China. Now, we have an inflection point that is pretty important. Last episode, we messed up a couple times. It was a little bit rough. We were a little bit distracted by things. And we lost a war with Great Qing. We are kind of one war away from hitting a tipping point where we just will categorically be way stronger than them. We have a slightly smaller army, and we have an opportunity because our ally in Russia is currently attacking Great Qing, and so we could do overlapping double wars against Great Qing and hopefully get two big primary war goals against them, plus a couple releases that make it so that we will just be able to subjugate them, following our next war. Hey, John T., how's it going? So I think we just declare here, go for diplomatic demands, and go for conquer state on Shaanxi. The United States of America, unfortunately, is going to side against us, man. We are going to look at strategic regions and see if the USA has an interest in both regions. We do not see an interest down here. We don't see an interest up here, so what is it up here that is the problem? Do they have a defensive guarantee independence is currently coming in from the USA? Well, that complicates things, because the USA is reasonably strong, and they're hostile towards us, and they're rivaling us. So, and there isn't going to be a good way for us to dodge that, other than joining potentially here. Looks like USA is leaning towards this, so this is just going to be a proper 2v2, except I don't think we're really stronger than the USA, so maybe this is... And I don't think Russia's stronger than Qing. Oh boy, maybe this is actually a really tough fight. We didn't see that when we paused out to Happy Weekends Day. Happy Weekends Day to you too. When we paused out, we thought that this would be a fairly straightforward war, but this is looking like it's going to be a very difficult war, actually. So, I'm just having a little bit of a think here regarding how we want to try and approach this. We can just declare our own war, try and time the USA out, / try and... Because we're going to try and sway Russia into our war and join their war simultaneously. If we full mobilize, full conscript, this type of stuff, the problem is that we'll go bankrupt pretty quick. And I don't think China's that close to bankruptcy. They weren't having too many problems with it when we last took a look at them, unfortunately. I don't know how their economy is somehow supporting their, going to war here, despite, being in some rough spot. Their GDP is not that high, and they're not very good at extracting money from their own economy in terms of having their current system. They have land-based tax. With a lot of tax waste everywhere, because of population. They're not even likely to support us. Ideological differences of governments. Well, they just have the PB in. Maybe if we slot just our PB in, they'll be unlikely to side against us. If we just do this and hold on to this. That'll make it easier to sway Russia. I suppose if all else fails, we could just reload to where we started off at the beginning. Because we are at the beginning of what we're doing right now. and go for Shaanxi. This is like an important inflection point, because otherwise we'll have to wait 5 years or not have Russia's help. But Russia's help is maybe not going to be that useful. We'll just go for it and see how things go. Can you liberate a lot of countries? No, there's not too many left to liberate, unfortunately. The Friendship Army is not going to be mobilized, probably. Just look to defend there. This is the landing army, so we'll get them properly color-coded. We're gonna probably need to land in a couple spots and make some moves. Where are these guys from? I don't know why they're fearful. They have a really big army. Now the Friendship Army is currently not going to actually be useful, I don't think. We will put them on this front. And this is actually Britain's army that is bugged out. As long as Britain's mobilized, we will have this free army. You can see English, Welsh, this type of stuff. But they'll only fight if they're mobilized, and if that's Great Britain mobilizing them. So it's kind of a weird situation. We see that we could sway in for war goals, and we could go for all kinds of things. Who are we potentially able to sway? Well, if we could sway Great Britain, then this is pretty easy, I think. And we'll try and do that right away. Okay, so they're good with war goals, they're good with obligations. What war goal? Revoke claim? Fantastic. Revoke claim on Eastern Guangdong. This is what we're talking about. This is pod racing here. So this should be pretty good for us, given that we can sway Great Britain in here. And then on this, we will offer to Makeshift 82. They give the follow. Big nice. You mean Western China? With just a couple. Joseon and Tibet may close to 5k built up, and maybe less, depending on how efficiently they build up. They are going to have quite a bit. My guy shaved everything off. Extra shiny. Exactly. I think that... we have them there. And then we can't do call ally anymore. Interesting. But we can sway with return state. Return that. And then we need to put in all of our war goals right now that we want in. And also ask for... I think what we're going to ask for is conquer state. We're going to ask for Southern Anhui, which I think is the next highest population state, in order to sway into their side. I don't know if the AI just, like, gets weird over this, because we're simultaneously trying to sway them in and trying to sway in on them, and then we are doing this off of a pause. Now, we can liberate subject, or we can liberate country. I think we're going to liberate 2 countries that we are going to look to take ourselves, and we are going to liberate the coastal countries of Jili and Shandong. Now, Jili is a little bit more important. We're also going to go for war reparations primaried. We can't primary it. Unless we're okay with not getting the liberates off. I guess we're probably okay with not getting the liberates off. We'd rather have this in. And we'll take a look and see if there's anything else we can put in. We could go for this, but I think it's fine. So I think we'll just let this manifest however it does. We should get minus negative as Russia gets pulled in, and then Russia should be okay with us getting Southern Anhui. So we will get 2 primary big boy war goals here. And I think the USA is actually not in... They're only in the war that Russia's leading, which works for us. And it's just Russian war reparations, so we don't mind capitulating out of that war, even. And we do have a little bit of a secession movement. But things are looking pretty good here for us in terms of how this has manifested. We're going to make sure that our navy is over here. And these, like, small navies, we might need to reorganize. I think the USA is fairly likely to have ironclads. It's unfortunate that we did this all and got this huge chunk of infamy right before Civilizing Mission, but it's, like, timely in terms of when we declare these wars and start these wars. I guess we maybe could have timed it a little bit differently. Civilizing Mission, of course, reducing the amount of infamy we would get, so we're probably going to be in chill mode for a little while. Quite a while on the stream after going for this, and just mainly focused on economics. The Friendship Army is mobilized but not real, so as they get to the front, it's not going to help out at all, I think, unless Great Britain... Oh, but Great Britain's in the war, so it is going to help out. We are going to make sure that the strategic objective is Southern Anhui here, because that is their current capital. It looks like they just haven't put anything up on this front, up top, so we're going to go ahead and, with our fast-pushing rapid advances, just put those guys up there to be able to kind of push that in. Market liberal landowner's not the worst. I mean, landowner is kind of bad, but we just want 4 rapid advancers up there. We do have a little bit of a rough spot here, but we are still conscripting up there. And I think we can speed everything up a little bit and be off on our way. Now this is the concern, is the amount of money here. So I think we got to go high taxes and just look to create buffer for ourselves. We're not going to slow down on construction. Well, actually, we'll slow down on construction a little bit. We'll pull back in a few spots. And so we'll pull back construction by about 50, because we know that this is going to become an issue later. We're just trying to play a little bit tight here at the opener. We're going to mobilize this, and they are not going to be very good at defending Korea's coast, so we'll look to land Korea first in terms of utilizing landings as best we can. Yeah. And now that nobody can change which... we are mobilized and progressed far enough that no one can abandon the play, I think. If someone abandons the play because we shifted governments, we'll do something about that. But let's continue on over here. We don't have commercialized agriculture yet. We can't do this because we failed to pass that before. So we might just be sitting tight here in terms of law passes. So the war is afoot. We will land into Korea because they are really generally kind of bad at defending this. And then we're going to try and hold on right here. We have really strong fronts coming from Burma and over here. So while one of our fronts looks kind of a little bit grim, the other two look really good. As far as this goes, I think that we want to... Oh, a mistake was made here. An error was made. We'll do this into that, which was the plan. Looks like things are doing pretty well. They just have a 3-stack to defend against the landings, so that's not going to be sufficient. Looks like China might not have anything defending HQs even here. Is there nothing in the HQ? It's like not very legible to tell where the armies are, but if there's nothing in the HQ for China, we'll actually cancel here and land here instead. Yeah, not that legible, but this does work out for us. I think we'll immediately shift on over one of these armies. Not the one that's... Yeah, this one will be a little bit more solid. The other one's conscripting up and is overall going to be bigger, but now we get to rapid advance here a couple times. So we have 4 rapid advances, and we're gunning for southern Anhui, so we expect them to march over there pretty quickly, and for us to be able to apply pressure. Damn. Just kidding. Put these guys on this front. Actually, let's put them on... Let's see. It's expert defensive. And this... I think we try and push the front by just landing with this guy. If they're not going to put anyone on the front, then we can slowly connect everything. So we will do this. Hopefully this doesn't get pushed out. We do have a few offenses that are not going to be particularly good. But looks like... Are we getting caught? Are they defending the HQ? Looks like they are. We also have a monstrous push up here, though. So... just forcing them to shuffle a bunch of things around is also a good outcome for us. We're trying to keep an eye on any naval invasion potential, but why don't we land Hebei, if we can. We're going to keep this army not... Yeah, we don't want this army assigned to a front. We just want to keep it that little 4-stack flexible for doing, like, kind of cutesy landings. But we're going to try and land up here. We do see a push into Shaanxi. We're trying to land Hebei, trying to connect the fronts, connect the dots. Do we get a naval battle, it looks like? Russia's pushing up here. Pretty handedly. And our really big stack is pushing. We try to keep an eye on the money here. They want to pass interventionism. Could offer homesteading. I think we'll tell them to kick rocks. Let them know this guy's depravity. You have greed from philosopher to monk. His quest for wisdom is endless. This is what it's called to be a generalist. You must master both arts, the art of the beard and the art of no beard. We do not want a Democrat instead of that, so I guess we'll get that guy. We would prefer a Republican, just generally speaking. I think that's the U.S. Navy, but it looks like they made the critical error of having a bunch of admirals, so despite us having a wood fleet, we might be able to beat them. Because they, God, that's so stupid. We should 100% lose here when they have more boats than us, and they have iron boats, and we have wooden boats. But we're winning these battles because they have, for those of you who don't know, they have too many... For however many admirals you have, whenever you have a battle, it divides your boats by the number of admirals. So that's why they're only getting like 10 boats per battle, despite having more boats than us. Because it always divides proportionally. Which is just like an awful system. We don't want anyone joining the Manchu Qing League. Because we're trying to fight and subjugate Qing, so... But yeah, we will have to rumble with these guys in terms of the Navy. We actually do get defeated eventually. That's probably a just and worthy result. We are pushing China very, very significantly, much more in the war that we have than in the war Russia has. But Russia is still on 99. We're getting pushed down pretty quickly here, though, as well. Oh, a 100... A 100 advantage here. What we're going to do is we're just going to put our 6-stack and our 4-stack that are pushing guys. We're just going to move them over here so we can get as many battles as possible on all this frontage and push out very, very quickly, we hope. Also, when the front spaghettis, having the 6-stack and the 4-stack over here is going to be quite nice. Lancer, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Much appreciated. So... Yeah, now that front is unified, which is not exactly what we wanted. It was stronger, was not unified. I think that we go for this now. Shift works kind of okay here. We do have 50 EOS universities. I think we could go for rubber tools, though. We are below minimum expected, but we're just going to float that for the remainder of this war. I don't know if the sequencing matters here in terms of the enforcement, if we lose our war reps because we're still at war with Qing in another war. Kind of a little bit of a curiosity, but we're about to be taking all the critical war goals here. So we are about to enforce. I don't think we get the war reps while we're at war with them, but I'm not sure exactly how this shakes out. We're gonna enforce way before the Russia war does. Habla español? Like a little bit. I'm a quarter Mexican. It's clearly Japanese. Yeah, I'm a quarter Mexican, a quarter Armenian, an eighth, or a quarter German, an eighth English, and an eighth Welsh. So, but my like Mexican blood is like more on the Spanish side of things. So, yeah, we are getting it. All right, it looks like they peace out here, but I think we want to keep the UK in as long as possible and keep them mobilized as long as possible, because our 29 stack, the Friendship Army, this is only mobilized if the UK is mobilized, so we can only fight with this army that we stole from them if they are mobilized. So despite us being able to enforce right now, I think we're going to keep it like this. We get a spaghetti here, a little bit of front spaghetti, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to assign down to the south, because this is the more critical area to hold and push, because this is where the other stuff is, and also Russia's gonna reassign up here, we expect. So we'll try and get everyone on here. We do enforce on the other one. So this is going to immediately brick some of their army, because we will be picking up Shaanxi. So anything that was from Shaanxi is going to be having an issue. Let's reset the production methods there. And we are getting a push off here as well. And should be enforcing. Oh, do we get war reparations immediately? No, the war reparations are not in. I think I'm not sure exactly how it happens. I guess we'll find out whether they get bricked or not. But these guys should capitulate very, very quickly. And then we'll just be at war with the USA, but we'll just capitulate out when it's Russia's war goal against the USA. It looks like they've fully occupied Burma, so that is a bit of a vibe. I'm going to send this army over here to try and save these guys. This is a further shame of our last episode when the secessionists Santo Domingo. They keep revving in Venezuela and we just didn't deal with it properly. But China's near full occupied here, so they should be capitulating. I think we will demobilize this army, actually, even. Which is maybe a tad aggressive, but... I think that we don't need it anymore. The national movement, unfortunately, we can't use to go for multiculturalism, really. It's not strong enough. We're gonna need some humanists and some other stuff. We will get Southern Anhui, though, and Shandong, and this should be released. But they are released, they just look like they're occupied by us permanently. Fantastic. And then we'll reset the production methods down here, and we will have gotten a huge chunk of extra pops. So we're at 134 million right now. In terms of that, 15 million here, 24 million here. Southern Anhui really got a lot of pops. We are going to want to shift over, promote social mobilities over to there. these two states, especially as we incorporate them. So we'll get rid of one of these. And then we'll increase this temporarily, and then go promote social mobility. And we can move to Beijing, or Fujian, I think has lower pop. This is just the highest pop kind of spots that we can put them in. And then we'll put this back down. We'll get ourselves out of this, because we don't want to get convoy raided anymore. And then we see our credit line decrease. Assume that's because of the added GDP, but it really isn't too much. But okay. I think we're okay building wood out immediately. Generally, you kind of reduce the radicalism a little when you give some people jobs. Put this on auto expand. I'm having a little bit of trouble getting that in. But this is going to be our like first really good source of sulfur, so we'll put this on auto expand. As you can see, it's really our first source of sulfur here that we are not like importing, so we'll also put a bunch of these in the queue. And then I think just to have them in, we'll put the fertilizer and explosives in the queue so we can put them on auto expand. Is that diplomats expelled? Ultimate nihilism run after eliminating Qing correctly, completely formed Qing, basically. So the chance you're related to Muhammad is not 0, so I'll take it as a win. Fair enough. What's the point of conquering Qing as Manchu? We're the Qing Manchu. The point is the memes. The point is having a different start that's a little bit interesting. But yeah, sorry, we were trying to lock in on that war in particular, because last time we fought China, we were not very locked in, and we ended up suffering for it. Do we have a movement? Labor movement's really upset. Liberal movement. I don't think the liberal movement cares about, cares about women's rights or multiculturalism. We could maybe shoot for parliamentary republic. If we have the secession movement's going nowhere. I forget the rules on it in terms of, the secession movement might actually block the reactionary movement. And we'd prefer parliamentary republics, so we could take a look-see at how this shakes out. We have a decent amount of enactment chance, and if this blocks the reactionary movement, we're just in super good shape. Here we are looking to get these guys free. And that war should end instantly. And then we continue on our merry way. Tana, Baroda, Zhili. Zhili can just be invited. We know we can subjugate people with our power block. I mean, this will also give us ticking positive relations. The thing is, we don't have very much juice. I think we're going to rival USA because we're just, like, never recovering from them relation-wise. And then this will give us some more stuff. And then we could get a trade agreement with the North German Fed here, which is probably pretty good as well. The Gala Gili would also be nice. We're going to mainly chill here, though. Hey, journalist, do you have a Civ 7 stream later? I'm not sure, but we published a Civ 7 video this morning. So, probably not. Without the beard, you look even balder. I also made sure to shave the head, so without the beard, I'm also even balder. Is it sustainable having such a high deficit? It's close. We might have to delete construction. We can probably build into this, though. I'm not 100% sure. So if we have to delete construction, we will, but I think that we can build into this. We're specifically going to focus a lot more on 200 construction cost buildings, which help to increase the not deficit, they help to increase the line of credit more, and also as this comes down, it should help out quite a bit. We're going to also max out the ports if we have not already in these two spots. Once we get market connections, it'll also help out a little bit. So we haven't, like, fully recovered everything up. But yeah, it looks like this nationalist, or this national movement is just blocking the reactionary movement, which is good for us. I think that we have a big enough set of stuff that, we also can scrape, consumption taxes, like, way more significantly if we need to. I think we'll come off of this and instead assign violent suppression. Oh, we can't afford violent suppression. Something's changed in terms of how much we can afford. That's unfortunate. We wanted to violently suppress in Shaanxi because we are constructing quite a bit there and it's taking forever. I think we still want to try and figure out how to do it. I guess we could come off of the consumption tax, which is giving us quite a lot. This is not going to be sustainable for us to be able to do this. But opium is going to be... Well, maybe we could sustain. We are currently incorporating Shaanxi as well. Cute. Alright, we didn't have anyone on advanced front. Hence the problems. And then, now the GDP is like 6 million higher, which helps to increase our line of credit. So our line of credit, we're at 77.8 million currently, and we have like 40 to work with. But if we can increase this line of credit very quickly, then it's not gonna matter. Also, you have to do this number plus this number, so it's really like a minus 100k. And you can see as this is recovering, this is starting to get better. And minus 100k is much more manageable than minus 150 because you're adding these two together because this is, the investment pool is able to drain out here, so we're looking in pretty good shape. We'll do that because it's not going to progress further. Now, we're trying to get these guys in our power block. We're trying to get these guys in our power block. Having a little bit of trouble. I think we have a non-zero number of members that are subjugable. This guy. And then... So we could subjugate that guy if we wanted for in exchange for our cohesion. They're relatively small, though. I don't think they have much pop overall. $2.4 million. How do treaty ports work with convoys? Do you still need a shit ton to do trade? The way it works is, I think, no. The convoy counts as a land connection, and when you are doing trade, the only thing that the only thing that gets counted for the convoy connection from the treaty port is the amount of economic activity you have in the actual treaty port. And so, because the economic activity in the treaty port itself is going to be really low, it's basically no convoys. It's very, very strong. And you get the free land adjacency, which gives you a bunch of free trade route. Looks like we can swap back to being on services. tax, which is a little bit more progressive, so we're going to swap that. And Shaanxi is going to become very, very important for us. But let's take a look at how just kneecapped China is. They still have a decent amount of battalions, actually. We were thinking they were going to be in much worse shape. We started the episode at like 60 million, though, so we've come up quite a bit. We are going towards rubber tools, but we do get a little bit of help on the... some of this stuff. Oh, did we not swap everything? Oh, we haven't swapped up to... we haven't swapped up to steel stuff, so... the swap up to steel is going to... test our ability to... go full throttle. Because we do want to swap to steel frame, because it is considerably better. And we can't delete construction sectors. So... we're gonna start kicking things up and seeing what we can do. I think we're gonna add one university here, and just one university in Fujian as well, just to kind of help it ease up employment a little bit. The first university proportionally is going to be the most useful. This secession is incredibly small, so it's insignificant to us, but it is blocking the reactionary movement from forming. We do want to go after Zhili and Shandong ourselves, I think. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to damage relations with them and not try and get them in the block. So we're going to do that. For Yue, what do we need for this? Yeah, that's fair. We do have really high infamy. We're not used to floating above a certain level here, but we maybe should have taken a coastal province so that we could do more stuff. Where did their... okay, well, if this is their capital, we will be able to isolate pretty easy in 4 wars. I suppose Xi'an, release Xi'an, take Ningxia, or I think we could even do the other way around, isolates them from the north west. And here the royalist movement kicks on up, so their activism finally takes over, but we're already trying to pass here. So I think we're gonna get this through, and then we can fake like we're gonna go back to the royalist movement, but we won't until they calm down. We are going to max out logging camps in the occupied territories. We'll do that. Slow things down a little bit. It looks like the activism is extremely high. Yikes. We do have an ally in Russia. We expect them to help us. And it looks like we would have more of the stuff on our side. And this would also reset all the turmoil and radicals in the areas we just conquered, which is always quite nice. So, I think we're gonna go for it like this. We definitely want them leaving. We want our thing to go away. We definitely want the Manchu Qing League to dissolve, and it does dissolve. Fantastic. So we have an anti-French league and a German fellowship. The German fellowship, interestingly, has all the conservatives in it, so if we do positive things with them, they'll be happy. Why don't we... this is useless, so we're gonna get it out of there. We We might be able to trade these later, and also just kind of a free port slots relatively close to the market capital, or is going to be something we're into. Install the mod to have the infamy generation and realize the game's pacing in vanilla is so boring. I mean, if you want to conquer everything, I guess you can. You could also just start as France and full, like, go 1k infamy off the bat. SOL modifier for Han in all those places is such a painful thing. So we'll do this. We're gonna fight this rev if we have to. I see a problem. Russia is too big. Yeah, this is not the run for that. Russia's actually our ally, not like this. A little bit of cosplaying. To be fair, we don't have a problem with Russia as much as we have a problem with Putin, so... We see we're getting minus 100k here, so what we're going to do is we are going to swap up Beijing to steel frame. We're going to look to do maybe minus 130, minus 140 is kind of the target, and so as the budget improves, we will swap more stuff up to steel frame buildings. Chile is just in a perma-rev cycle, unfortunately. They all kind of are. Because they're disloyal. Well, Chile is not even disloyal. But when their loyalty gets low... So this is actually going to help out. That's a lot of cheddar. Yeah, these guys hate our guts either way, so we'll do that. Most of our army is in Beijing, and Beijing's not part of the revolution, so this all kind of works for us. If Beijing was part of the revolution, I think we'd have to try and avoid it, but we're about to pass the law. Yeah, we might just pop it, reset. To be fair, we could rev and swap sides to reset our infamy, but it's kind of a little bit of cheese we generally don't like using. We don't want the minus success chance that's almost like a stall. The plus approval of the landowners isn't going to do anything, though. If we do this option, we're basically saying we want to rev, and the other one we have a chance of doing it without revving. I think we're going to go the rev path here. So the minus enactment chance is going to make it so that we'll almost certainly stall, but maybe we don't. But we will definitely not pass in time. To be able to avoid this. When are you doing the Realms of Exeter run? We're going to do another modded run after this one on stream. And we're getting kind of close to the goal for here, which is forming China. Because... let's take a look. We have to decay them down a bit more, but their market is now here, so if we go Hunan, Western Hebei, Hainan, we'll isolate off like the rest of their economic like heart, which is over here. Actually, if we take this, this, and this, if we take Jian, Western Hubei, and Hunan, there's almost nothing out here for China, so it just basically isolates them entirely, and they'll decay down. So it's next war, we will be able to decay them down to unrecognized regional power, and the subsequent war we should be able to win. I feel it's too easy to dismantle any GP in vanilla. Like, you can't take any land from GP to cripple them, or unless liberating stuff or get claims, which are so limited. Anyone else feels the same way? I don't really feel the same way. I think that it should be hard to dismantle a GP. And I like that there is weight over time of the great powers if you are staying low infamy, generally speaking, and that it's inefficient to go for the GPs. That is more reflective of the colonial kind of approach. Because countries, they fought over, like, the colonial stuff more than, like, fighting over each other's land, at least, like, during this time period. It was more extractive in this type of thing, but... just as long as this rev doesn't adjust what states it's taking, which is always annoying when that happens. 32 infamy or whatever for one state is usually annoying. I do think the scaling should be a little bit different, but I think it should be I think it should be inefficient to go after GPs just generally. And it is, so I'm kind of okay with that. I forgot you could swap sides and support the revolution. As an overlord. This was a mechanic that was introduced. We, like, never do it, but you can. Economy's stalling out a little bit here. And it looks like we are going to get a rev the next checkpoint here. No matter what, which we're kind of okay with. We see that the economy is looking for stuff to build, but we're not going to put anything in the queue that is part of the rev. Because that doesn't make sense to do. We could use this eventually. We'll get those kind of filled out. We'll do some of this. I think that we will probably not have too much... I don't think the rev is hitting overseas stuff too much. Oh, it's hitting, like, all the overseas stuff. Yikes. We were about to say we'll put in some rubber because we're about to finish the vulcanization. But I guess we'll do that after. Yeah, yikes. I think that we could use Steam Donkey pretty aggressively in the outer Manchuria spots. Especially, it's a little bit more efficient on the coal, so we will put it in on the coal. And then, I think generally we could put it in on the gold, so we'll free up some labor here, because it does seem to be a problem, and why some of the auto-expands aren't going as much. And that will also allow us to pull more pops there, because it'll raise SOL. Hey, Stefanos. Sorry, a little bit behind on the chat. With half the infamy cost, will too trivial for everyone to just steal EIC from Britain. Yeah, I mean, if you want, like, an accelerated timeline, I guess it's okay. But I think that you significantly accelerate the timeline out, right? Where's our capital go? Our capital went to Beijing. Alright, fair. Or, not Beijing, but right there. We have 100% cavalry here. It is trapped somewhere. Oh, it's trapped in there somehow? Alright, fair. Where is the capital of the revolt? The capital of the revolt is in the current capital. Okay, perfect. That works for us. I don't think this army actually exists. Unless UK is mobilized. I don't know why we can't assign here. It's going to be really unfortunate if they can push us and we can't assign there. We see the CSA. Timing of the CSA is a little bit annoying. We will avoid getting the stall as much as possible because we want to guarantee that this passes. So we'll just take the slow pass. Transfer states only. Our allies become belligerent, not like this. Transfer subject, we'll probably go for transfer Burma. No. We don't want any of that. We can't slot the government in around to make them like us, unfortunately. It's kind of amusing, but makes sense. But I think we get to take the capital out pretty handily here. Really hate that this guy's banished to the Shadow Realm, but it is what it is. I have no idea why we can't assign to that front. Let's just fully scrape the bottom of the barrel here. Just make sure nothing weird happens. Because we didn't save before this rev, so we are gonna get like bricked if the rev is too strong. That's one thing I dislike, is that like losing a revolution is absolutely cataclysmic. Like you just like lose the game entirely. Kind of restrained myself from taking the EIC, and I fought a couple of wars against French Rush to try to take it. It was fun. Yeah, if you want to take one state off at a time off of GPs, having infamy in terms of like a mod maybe makes some sense. But I do think it's like really warping like what's going on quite a bit. In case the CSA lives, they probably won't, but I guess we're kind of okay floating this right now for the enactment time. It's kind of nice. I still can't understand why we can't go after there. But it looks like their South China army is just going to defend here, and it's going to be isolated from here, and so this probably overall is good for us. We just can't let them push into the coast, I guess. But I think we're going to succeed in that endeavor. We get Parliamentary Republic, which is fantastic, and we have a cautious boyo! This is how we drew it up, chat. Cautious boy. We'll grab a couple armed forces, guys, and hope that we get a reveal on some Intelligentsia guys. No reveal on Intelligentsia, guys. Fair enough. We want to lock in the Intelligentsia being the head of the party, so we don't want the trade unions to get too strong here. Because we want to keep our cautious boyo. For the minus 20%, for those of you who don't know, the minus 20% infamy generation is particularly strong. Rip the beard, basically. Hey Dragon, how's it going? How you be? We should be winning this, I think. I think we don't want this guy pushing, though. Just defending up there. Pushing in here. We are kind of experiencing a little bit of some pain here. I think we're going to use This to help them recruit up faster. And then this is going to increase our line of military guys by quite a bit. And then we will do that. Really can't afford to lose this, because then we just game over, so we'll make a couple of adjustments there. Just defending this front up here. We're going to swap over all of our PMs once this Civil War ends. We'll just swap those over for now. I think we also could push this in Beijing a little bit. Are we winning these battles? We are. If this guy gets access to the coast, the other army comes through is the problem here, actually. So let's do this and this. And we will add to this. We can't afford to lose in here. Wait, what are the Germans doing here? They shouldn't be able to get that front. I didn't even realize the Germans joined against us. Jesus Christ. Bruh. They have no access to get into this front. We hate it. Oh, we don't have anyone pushing out of here? Not like this, dude. I didn't see the Germans joined. Where did Generalist Gaming go? Did he eat his beard? We ate Generalist Gaming. I am he who remains. Shoot, man. This is real bad. How did we lose? How did we lose? We didn't lose the battle. We're not pushing here. We have no one with offense. We have one guy with offense. Damn it. How did we lose progress? The idiot decided to push. There's all defensive here. Oh no. So, I mean, well, this 120 stack can come in here. I don't know why the Germans are able to teleport over here, but they can, which is super cool. We're a big fan. Fortunately, we have a big fat stack over here. But the 120 stack of Manchuria gets unlocked. We needed to bring these guys back forever ago. The thing is we need to reland if this gets taken. So, this war is going to be a little bit more painful than we had anticipated. Alright, so we got to pause here. Oh, not like this. They're super far from Manchuria. These guys are stationed in Manchuria. We'll use these guys. They don't have a navy, so we should be able to get in. And here's the terror of the deeps, this like 150 stack that we can't possibly beat. So hopefully we brick the front before the 150 stack can get in on it. we don't. Oh, the run's just dead if we lose this. I didn't see... If Germany didn't join, this was super straightforward. Now we can somehow push that front? That seems silly. Okay, but, I mean, we could try and time out Germany, but I don't think that works. I'm gonna try and land over there. I think the only guy who doesn't have offensive, like the super mega offensive, we're just gonna set everyone else on defense. Do we have? Why are we not landing in here? It's limited to that number, so the landing shouldn't go through. You're moving to a front. I don't know why the landings aren't going through. Well, these guys don't have enough org, so... They can go to the front. Definitely uncomfortable here. Unless the Rev, like, runs out of money. I mean, they're running shortages of stuff. But it's the silly Germans that we didn't even realize had joined. It's like apocalyptic... It's just like... Also, this other landing should be getting in. Oh, no, wait, okay, there's a naval battle that was with a not visible... The German fleet has been here this whole time, but it's just not been visible. That explains a lot regarding why we couldn't do this. We're gonna stop this landing, which is got the smaller navy. We'll have them land down here. So 14 days. And that will get occupation, and then we'll have them land over here to get occupation as well. This should unlock our army over here. No, these guys are just bricked? Alright, we're gonna expand these guys. They're gonna go to the 9th Manchu army. Which is unfortunate, because... their maximum is now out of this. But we can raise the conscripts, but we have to disband, actually. They'll go to the 10th Manchu army. These guys are on the front. These guys, we will split off some lancers. And some skirmish. And these guys. These are the guys who have been split off. We'll have these guys navally land up here. Or just assign here, I guess. We'll have the 10th Manchu army merge with the 1st Manchu army. And it takes 8 days even though they're on the same front, which is wild. They're still trying to gain control of the C node. How did these guys teleport back? I guess we don't care, because we'd rather them be over here than over here. Because now we can actually push over here. So, there's that, I suppose. But they just teleported, to be clear. I didn't see them walk. So... this army is now in need of more commanders. This doesn't look good, boss? No, it looks pretty bad. It's pretty bad. But I mean, we're not getting pushed in the capital anymore, so this is just gonna be micro hell, I think. Wow, we actually did it. We get our navy defeated? No, we didn't. Alright, okay, cool. Now we're gonna come in, other side, 8 stack, see if we can get in. Hey, look, they teleported back. God. No, wait, they just have way more troops than us. They are decaying down, though. So it might just be an attrition thing for us. It's an attrition thing at the very least for Germany. But we maybe stop trying to push, because we're going to lose occupation. Oh, we definitely don't push with this idiot. Or these idiots. Whoops. Oh, these guys are both experienced offensive, but I still think we just let this guy only push. Or try to. I mean, I don't think we've won an offensive battle in some time. Maybe we just go all defense here. It slows down their... if we're doing offenses too, it slows down their ability to do offense. I don't know. We're winning the defensive one. And they will have to capitulate out. Or they get to get ticks below 0 without us needing to occupy them. We do defeat the navy, and now, we get in the back line here. We'll set both these guys on rapid advance. There's 3 states we could advance into, but we want to cause maximum spaghetti, so we'll advance into this. And then these guys will actually pull this way, but then with a 50 stack, we'll land this. I don't know if this is going to spaghetti them off of fronts when we land this or get this, grab this. That is going to spaghetti them off the fronts, though. And I don't think they're defending here, so I think we get an occupation. So all hail the great spaghetti, savior of the impossible to win wars. This is the way. The way is spagoot. We've raviolied them successfully. Mission accomplished. And I should be done here. Storm does approach. This was kind of already... Alright. Now we have this Bemba thing. I think we'll start by demobilizing these guys and getting rid of our decrees for enlistment efforts. Holy bureaucracy. And also everything's gonna be messed up. I wish it saved your PMs from before the war. That would be really neat. We weren't using the sewing machines before the war, but this is fine. You don't really want to use any labor-saving PMs except in areas that are like running out of tools or running out of stuff. So they probably have labor problems there. But we did have like reasonable differentiations between these things, and now they're just like it's all done. It's all for naught. Bunch of government administrations got deleted, of course, because the AI doesn't know how to handle things. I mean, if it's not Beijing or Shaanxi, we don't mind some of these being on labor saving, so. Actually, we kind of hate those, so let's do that. Now this is the unfortunate one, because we had some pretty strong differentiations. We're gonna put all these on Steam Donkey though, and just hope that it's not too bad, or all those too. I think we'll keep the labor saving PMs we had there. Make sure nothing is on, yeah. Make sure nothing is on just the basic one. It either has to be full wood or full hardwood. Alright. It looks like it works. Pastafarianism for the win, basically. There's a new Anno game on the horizon. Any interest? A little bit. Some say Pastafarianism isn't real. Some people can't handle the truth. Alright, so with that done, we'll do some of that. Oh, did they take off the subsidy on railways? Dog. No, they're all subsidized. I wonder if they're just not employed up. I don't know. Let's go steel frame. And then we're going to want to promote social mobility in the highest pop states, which are these two. One of those isn't incorporated yet, or we're not even starting on incorporation. That's okay. Minus $500,000. Oh, how our economy has had some problems. To be fair, we have way more construction. We actually just can't turn up steel on all of these. Or we can just decrease construction a little bit. And maybe get away with it. I think we could maybe build into this. We also have significant infrastructure problems in South Manchuria for whatever reason. And, oh, the army we sent to deal with this revved, so that's why they didn't deal with it. It's like, what? Alright, we have none of the fishing. Let's make domestic. Transvaal. Doesn't have the stuff yet. Let's do some of that. Southern and Hui is not yet incorporated, so maybe they shouldn't go there, but GXZ is in the process of incorporation. Actually, wait a sec. No, they got incorporated because they revved. Damn it, we didn't want to incorporate them yet, because we didn't want to pay that much bureaucracy. I guess that's the super swimming in now. Where's your beard? We shaved it off. 27 million off. My economy, basically. It's still rebounding. It's rebounding. GDP way down. Yeah. A big part is, like, a large section of our economy is in there. Oh, we had a different edict there. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Let's go opium. Just kidding, let's not go anything, and then manufacturing decree. Southern Manch. Mexican Empires does be having problems. We already have some ideological similarities. I don't think we could overcome that by yo-yoing. But they would just like us more? I don't know. I think we'll stay out of it for now. I think we're in recovery mode here. God, this was supposed to be chill mode, and then we just had such a brutal revolution there. The beard was an alien symbiote. Now that it's reporting to its home planet. That's right. It's taking information back. Yeah, now we're only minus 200k, which is kind of reasonable. And we're still having bureaucratic centers finish. So tax waste is going away here. God, we're not a fan of this guy getting separated from the herd here and getting weakened significantly. The moderate, who is cautious. We are going to want another level of institution though here, so I think we're going to add a bit more bureaucracy there. But also, Shaanxi will very quickly become really strong, so getting a bunch of, getting rid of the tax waste there is, like, kind of okay. I think we could also go public health insurance, and that'll be pretty good. And let's... Okay, only domestic, please. Just gonna max out the rubber everywhere so we can start turning up rubber tools. I think we have shortages. We are handling it. CSA does just completely break free. Don't see that too often. We have a little bit of authority here. It looks like we can get an opium, sneak it in. So, currently minus 200k-ish. Economy has rebounded mostly. Get a trade agreement with them. We do want to try and get these guys into the bloc and subjugate them for when we form Qing. We're gonna take that. Just the enforced, whatchamacallit. We're gonna look at funding lobbies in both these places to try and get them into our bloc. We do have colonial offices level 2. Kota will come into our bloc. Fantastic. Not much reason to not get a power block embassy unless we are trying to damage relations with someone. Some good men died in that revolution. Some good auto expands too. But it does completely get rid of, yeah, a whole bunch of radicals. All the radicals that we had there. Our radical chart is insane. So we're actually just going to be able to construct here really nicely. I think we do want to push rice farms. We'll say okay for now. That might be on the chopping block. Plan is to go communist? We could go communist. I think that once we form Great Qing, we're probably going to be feeling relatively complete with the run. But in a general sense, like, communism's just kind of really bad now. And we just have a bigger army than Qing, so next war we'll be going for probably trying to take Xi'an and Western Hubei and this, or a combination of take and or release these three states in order to isolate them from most of what's going on with them. So bricked our power block statue when we had a rev? Come on, man. You mean to say they tore down our statue? Not like this. We're gonna go for the second 50 stacker there. Which, I know what you're thinking. You can't afford that, Generalist. What are you doing? And we probably can't afford it, and we don't know what we're doing. Hope that clarifies things. Where do we specifically have unemployment is kind of my question. Southern Anhui. Which was part of the revolution. So, Southern Anhui, you're gonna get a bunch of textile mills with regular looms. Like a 50 stack, and then some railways at the front. Try and deal with that. Started diploplay against France, you say? God, it's everyone we care about. Kinda don't want to start a diploplay against France, though. I think we get a bigger penalty. We'll say it's not in our interest, man. Kind of unfortunate. We don't need to damage relations with these guys past this point. We don't need to damage relations with these guys past this point. We're gonna make sure that we have strong relations with our subjects in Persia and around here. I think Argentina is one of our subjects. I'm going to take a look at our... If we could reduce autonomy on anyone. We can't. We do want to annex Burma, because we want a company there. We don't need it quite yet, because we don't even have the slot available, but... we could pretty soon with investment banks if we wanted. I think we're going to go dynamite next. We'll actually send the army right away. Deal with this. How's the unification going? It's going pretty good. China's capital is right here, so it's maybe one more war until they are subjugable. We are done with our this, so we can go after this if we want. But what we're gonna do is probably Ningxia. We want to liberate Hubei. So we're probably going to liberate Hunan and look to take Xi'an and this. And just try and keep most of it primaried. We're gonna go over infamy limit anyways here. So maybe we do this now. Yeah. Publicly traded is going to be nice. I think we can do that on our things. Really weakens the PB too, which kind of don't like the PB very much. Or weakens them quite a bit. Really is maybe a little bit strong. I'm guessing we can only sway these guys by giving them stuff, so... I think we're fine giving them a treaty port. It's gonna get bricked eventually. But let's see about us doing our other war goals here. So we're gonna want to liberate country. Hunan. And we're going to want war reparations. We're going to want to primary both of these. And we're going to want to also conquer. So Hunan's being liberated. Yeah, we're also going to want Western Hubei. And then Western Hubei we're not going to primary. But we want to primary, or we want to primary this and this. Do we have enough maneuvers to add another thing and a primary? A revoke claim primary? I don't know how much it is to primary revoke claim, so I think we'll just keep this as is. Or we could go war reparations on Korea and primary. The idea is we want as many primary war goals as possible. That way they don't back down. Because we have 2 infamy war goals. And then as our strategic objective, we will designate their capital, of course. And we'll raise the conscripts and have a good, nice fight. Regime change? Regime change takes infamy, though. Or could we have regime changed as a war goal for inviting Russia rather than treaty port gifting? If so, then we made a mistake. I don't think we reload over it, though. Oh, we made another mistake. Damn. We should have had just the Intelligentsia guy in when we accumulated this infamy. He's cautious. I don't think it matters too much at this point, but that would have been a little bit more precise. We would have saved, like, I think like 30 or 40% of that infamy. That's actually kind of bad. Do we want to reload over that? Oh, that's pretty bad. Pretty imprecise. And we're gonna need to have a lot of infamy, like, available to subjugate them. They're gonna be an expensive subjugation, so I think we reload for that, actually. Do you use the war goal regime change sometimes? Almost never, because it costs too much infamy. If it didn't cost, like, if the infamy cost was really, really, really low, we'd maybe occasionally use it, but infamy is like a resource, and, like, using it in that way just, like, doesn't kind of make very much sense. You know what I mean? How's Ching 2 Electric Boogaloo going? I feel like you asked this not too long ago. It's going really well. We're about to isolate their market capital. So once you isolate their market capital, it's just like 1 additional war. So coming in here though, if we do this, we'll now only have a cautious guy in, right? So now we can do this, and look, instead of 14 infamy, it's 11. But here we war goal. The only thing they want is the treaty port. I think Guanbuck is better, so we do that, and then we put in Conquer State on what we wanted, which was Western Hubei. And then Liberate Country on Hunan, primaried. And then war reparations on both Qing and Korea, primaried. So they're very unlikely to back down. And then now we can switch our government back. Now that the cautious guy has served his purpose. And then yeah, this should be good enough for us. And it's like 10 less infamy total, close to. Yes, yesterday? That makes sense, that makes sense. Hey, Avar, how's it going? How you be? I remember the, how's the Qing Electric Boogaloo going, being asked. Makes sense. It's going pretty good, though. And then... I think we already sent troops over there, or we're in the process of sending guys. God, they just can't do anything by themselves. Almost want to release Venezuela, honestly, if they're gonna behave like this. We maybe didn't need Russia's help, but it's gonna be pretty straightforward with it. We're working up to getting to machine tools on there. I think we are maybe gonna be able to move them up in another thing. Then we get this event, we will do the one that gives us tech. The war pops, even advantage, we're gonna push the capital. We're gonna, yeah, actually make sure that these guys are pushing, because we did turn off all the PMs. And then this army, I think, actually has decent commanders. Where's our... I know we had some decent experienced offensive planner, yeah. So we maybe won't need that guy. MHH, Monster Hunter Wilds released and it's being obliterated on Steam due to optimization. Yet another 70 USD game that releases in shoddy state. Yeah, this is just the new way of things. I don't know. It's tough. These guys also have the good guys. There's some pillagers and stuff in there. We just have some... Oh, you know what happened to all those good generals? Maybe they died. Yeah, the truth hurts. Maybe they were part of the Great Purging. Ooh, does that give us a setback? If that gives us a setback, we maybe should have read that a little bit more carefully. Man. Oh man, we have more Twitch viewers than YouTube viewers? That's crazy. I wonder why. Normally we have like double or triple this amount of YouTube viewers. Something weird happened? Maybe something else is going on YouTube? I don't know. But Twitch chat does unite. I think that we're gonna switch this guy to this front, because Russia's on the other one. Unfortunately, a little bit of spaghetti here might actually cost us the front. Hopefully we don't get pushed out too quick. It's a classic spagooted. Alright, we do get onto the front. Russia's already on this front, so it doesn't... we don't really need them. But we are getting a push off into here. This thing should be in good shape. Shouldn't you get a Unify or China War goal at this point with so many Qing Wars lost and Chinese Kingdoms released? Probably should, but we don't. There's no mechanic for it. Balcony looks over someone's parking lot. Sounds like someone's battery died. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. With my first car, there was like mechanical damage on the side panel, which caused it to like occasionally the button for locking the car door would get, like, depressed. And if it did that and stayed like that overnight, it would just kill my battery. It was really annoying. I'd, like, fiddle with the car door a lot. Where landing does come in. We're almost on their capital, so... wonder if there's a way to avoid giving Russia what they're looking for. I don't think there is. Well, there could be if... so in order to take everything, we need to push the capital. If we just stall out here and just defend or abandon the front and try and let Russia stall out. I don't think we're that interested in sweating this, but in theory, we could probably try and stall Russia out. I think in practice, that's just like kind of a headache for really marginal value, because eventually Korea becomes our subject, which is one of the reasons why we haven't released Korea. We'll let that university stay. I don't think we have a university there. Did we get a attack here? I don't think so. We're gonna go commercialize agriculture next. Should we invite other Chinese kingdoms to our faction? This way it'll be less infamous when conquering them. We're gonna do that with Yue and Yunnan. We're not gonna conquer Yue and Yunnan. We've been looking to get them into our power block. We're actually funding lobbies in both. To try and get power block embassy and eventually subjugate them that way. Yeah, we'll just peace out here. So now, Chongqing is completely isolated. So the rest of the real economy is over here to the right, and Chongqing is completely isolated from that. We're also going to damage relations with Hunan, because we're going to want to go after Hunan militarily. So I think what we do is... stop improving with Japan. Start damaging with them. Let's see. Yeah, their market cannot touch this. That's where basically... you know, they have 20 million pops here, but then it's like 8 million, and then it's just very sparse out here. And then in here they have 14, 21, 15, or sorry, 11.5, 12.5, 17.5, 13.8, 10.0, 10.4. Hey, Joe Pro! How's it going? How you be? How hard are you pushing universities? I think we got like 110. Unfortunately, I lost the first car in a crash dodging a van that cut straight across me on the highway, went right into a concrete wall going, yikes, going 85. Walked out completely unscathed. That's kind of what counts, right? We'll reset the production methods here. Take a look at the incorporation cost. Xi'an also notably does have sulfur. Well, we have a lot of unemployed here, so we'll go for that. Stacking to 50 there. But this is going to make China, the lack of access, to be fair, it's less crippling for their economies than actual more developed economies because their economy is so subsistence farm based. But we're hoping that this decays their prestige enough. Looks like it might not even. That's unfortunate if it doesn't. We might be here a tad longer than we anticipated. But we have a lot of infamy decay to get through, and so we're going to be mainly focused on that. Let's see if we can change up our tech strategy here a little bit. It doesn't look like it. I think pump jacks are going to be reasonable. I think fertilizer is also a lot better now because we have several places that produce rice now. And then Western Hubei. Here we have good place for fertilizer, explosives. We will make all of this auto expand. And then I know it's really like kind of a lot of and then we will be able to support rice farms pretty well there. It's going to be a lot of negative construction malice. But we're building stuff that's really low cost, and this should help to get rid of radicals by giving them jobs. And then I think we come in on the porcelain here. We are finishing a lot of the clothing manufacturing that's coming in here. They're gonna have a little bit of a... Ooh, they're employing up real nice. That's super good. Let's see about... Burma, we want to reduce autonomy on. We're going to start funding lobbies on them as well. Burma's the only one we want to annex, so... Burma's the only one we want to annex, so once these guys get down to 24, which they're well on their way, I think we'll take that. We don't want to forget to do this, so... Burma annexation is important because there's a company there that we want. We'll swap over the PMs and then go back to watching Burma. I just don't want to forget. I feel like I'm going to forget. So we need explosives. We maybe can import whatever rubber we don't have. If we hit a rubber shortage. Actually, you could probably just import rubber off the bat and it'll be fine. Oh, UK gets malaria prevention, it looks like. Oh, it doesn't matter, because we're, like, second to that party. We just, like, don't get to compete. Venezuela, man. We might just release Venezuela as independent. We're kind of tired of them constant revving. And they're not a major power, so they don't contribute too much to us to be able to generate some of this. Insurance unfortunately didn't pay because I did manage to dodge the van. That made it technically a one-sided accident, which I wasn't covered for. That's so stupid. GB always takes Congo. Not if you rush malaria prevention, but we kind of got... We maybe didn't prioritize it as much as we should have. Commercialized agriculture should pass pretty easily. We do need more rubber, that's true. Would have loved to have that on the last law, huh? Manchuria Heroland is kind of useless, so we'll give it to them. Its only use would be trading to them for something else. Kind of obnoxious, though. We kind of just want to free up agitator slots. Which we can't use because we're not multicultural, and we haven't had any agitators. Rip the dream. We're gonna just take a look. We are super righteous, so we're just gonna do this. Yeah, it's very nice having the Forbidden City. We also do want to annex Jili and Shandong, which should be pretty cheap, but we're waiting on the 6 months for the 3rd colonial offices point, and then between that and having a cautious guy, it's going to take like 4 infamy or something for us to be able to annex them. We do remember to decrease autonomy on them. We have a couple more of these interests. There we go. Let's take a look at our trade routes and see if we can update some things. This is functionally useless for us. I don't think we're going to use that PM anywhere. Alright, now let's start over and try and... Yeah, so the 50 stack place that we had built for producing clothing, of course, does give us huge dyes on fabric demand, so we can satisfy it in this way. I think we're kind of okay with coffee. Definitely want to import grain as much as possible. We can probably arbitrage hardwood. If that's the case. We almost certainly want to be using RPMs a little bit differently, though, if that's happening. Silk. Huzzah. And then export time. So we should almost certainly be on more hardwood production if we could import hardwood and export that much softwood. Are making progress with pushing the throughput overall on that stuff, which is helping us out. Normally can't export steel. It's a little bit of an unusual one. We can export opium to the British market. This is the worst timeline. Yeah, we can't export that, so that is indicative of us having a problem. Coal, we can export, and I don't think we want to export fabric. Basic clothes we could. We're not going to. I think maybe we subsidize the arms industry because of the event. At this point, which gives you infamy reduction, but also, yeah. And then in the capital, specifically, we push up quite a bit of them. To get the EOS a bit higher. Oh. How are we doing on money? Minus 200k effective. I think we could get rid of this and take a look at doing services over it. It looks like service is better. And then things are looking good. Let's check their prestige. Oh, they deleted some of their military. This helps. Do we care about approval of the Industrialists? No, not really. We'll do that. We're under 90 now. Big sad. Or are we? Yeah, we really are. The new election. We could do this, but then we'd have the Faith Party in. Hot damn, though. That's going to be useful for getting public health insurance. Which we have yet to pass. Got quite a bit in the queue. I think we're on all steel frame. We are. We're almost at the point where we could think about adding construction. How much are we overflowing here? 457 uncapped. So I think we go that into malaria prevention. Actually, let's just do malaria prevention next. I think that there's a chance that we get to get some of this scrum, and that we kind of need malaria prevention to get it, and that this is going to make sense. And then the other one allows us to push rice a little bit. Nope. We'll say nah, dog, you're on your own. Yeah, let's maybe decrease the size of the chat. Yeah, it's not too important a spot, actually. I think it's fine. People don't like the side of the chat, just let me know. Dynam's got some things cooking. I guess that's kind of in our sphere, but we're gonna let it go. We believe in spheres of influence now, and imperialism and thuggery. But are river ships efficient? River ships are so efficient. Do you watch the video? Manchuria conquering Qing, and Qing is like, what the fuck, that's our job. We are Manchuria, what do you mean? What do you mean? We can connect the market if we get Eastern Hubei. So if we have to fight Qing again in order to take them down another peg, we're going for Eastern Hubei. Annexing smaller powers also would help out with the requirements here. We can go after Zhili and stuff like this as well. But we're waiting for... We can set our U.S. relations. We were waiting for Colonial Offices 3. So now... Now, when we go for this, in terms of... It's 9 infamy, but we can reduce it even more. By putting our cautious guy in, because we just have this guy. And then we can reduce it even more by going multilateral alliances. Make it very, very cheap. We don't need to go for it because we're kind of like high infamy right now, and we're trying to get some boys into our block, so... excuse me. 10 months to wait? Okay. Wage subsidies might not be terrible. We would have to pay quite a lot, though. Did we really reset everything to simple farming? God damn it. I blame the revolution. We'll add some more of those. I know there's a construction malice there, but it'll also help to deal with the construction malice a little bit. It's kind of marginal. Because as you get employment, you generally reduce radicalism slightly, and so it helps to decrease the radicals. But we're just eating like this construction efficiency penalty, kind of. Alright, we are getting colonies going. We'll send them down there. So now that we're under 25 infamy here, we can try and see about inviting people to the bloc or getting power block embassies. Still can't get either of those guys in, unfortunately. This is just Qing with extra steps. That's exactly what it is. I'm glad you understand. We will incorporate there. Economy's popping off. We're kind of okay, because it depescents so fast, we're super okay exporting both sugar and grain now. Looks like we don't have very good opportunities for it. We're not gonna hyper sweat exporting it. The GP trade routes are gonna be a little bit more valuable in general. We have 4 years on malaria prevention, but we're gonna nat spread some of these to finish up a little bit. So be able to, once we get malaria prevention, we will be able to colonize way faster than Great Britain. Just unfortunate they beat us to the punch. The AI must have really emphasized going this like as quickly as possible. Or actually, maybe they just don't have a lot of colonies and they have a lot of pops. Did they get a lot of migration? Sometimes they get a really large amount of population. No. Not especially. Incidentally, these things have gotten buffed quite a bit, the synth plants. We're going to put them on auto expand here, and we're going to put them on auto expand here, because we're super okay with more sulfur getting produced. We're going to come in here on buildings, and we're going to make sure that each of our mineral resources is auto expanding, and also that our wood and rubber and fish are all auto expanding. These are the really low construction cost things that are going to allow us to push up the debt limit pretty high, pretty well. Yeah, we'll let him back. Sure. That was an agitator we exiled, but we're kind of okay with him. So Shaanxi, we are going to target a little bit with kind of bringing them up. Let's do some of this. Let's get them steel, glass. They already have explosives. And then they're going to have some qualifications issues for some time on that, so I think they don't need the road carts. They are almost certainly going to need railways, like a lot. So So that'll play kind of nice. Whoa, no beard. Yeah, we shaved it off. Hey, unit. How's it going? When playing Qing, is it worth it leaving Portugal with a treaty port to trigger a Boxer rebellion later in the campaign? Because you would have swapped to the Boxer rebellion? Because you would have swapped to Catholic? Or... Catholic is better. We haven't performed that maneuver before. It's probably theoretically better. Practically speaking, I kind of just like taking the treaty port. So... we are keeping an eye on when this is done, 21 months. So we can just let stuff decay till then, or we can go for one of these guys, like Ji Li. I think we just let this decay down. We're also just like hoping these guys can dip below 220, but I don't think they're going to. I think they need a bit of an extra nudge here. What's the best way to go about this? Us just dropping a 50 stack here actually turning this into like super economic like powerhouse is kind of wild. I guess we don't have a 50 stack of anything anywhere else. We did have a bunch of auto expands on this stuff before. Did we not put an auto expand on coal? What the hell? That was very much intended. They don't want to become a subject. Does it give us the breakdown of why they don't want to become a subject? Like, we have... because we can't cover it. This value changes. I don't know exactly what goes into that value. Yue, what is this about? Dog. They want to full annex Yue. Well, we would love to not let them full annex Yue. And we have pretty good relationship with Yue, and we might even have... well, there's an anti-Manchu League. That's not exactly what we wanted, but... this is what we wanted. Ideological difference in our governments is very substantive, though. What is their government? It's just the landowners. Can we slot the landowners in? No. But we have traditionalist PB. So we could do this. And then Yunnan. Yunnan has a similar... wait, what's the ideology of their government? Why are we scoring poorly on this? Mao Zedong, who's an authoritarian. Maybe this is better? No. We could just ask for an obligation, though. $50 from ideological differences of government. We could do this. And then... yeah, they're a little bit off. So I think we just go for the obligation here. These classic government swapping moves. We just go for the obligation. Russia also sides with UA? Hell yeah, brother. Regime change in Hawaii. We just need to play defense, so... we're gonna split something off here. And have these guys just post up in this HQ in UA, and then we will post up in Manchuria HQ with these guys, and then we will just play defense entirely. These guys will go help out over here. Now, with Yunan's having a really good attitude with us, maybe, let's request investment. Well, let's do investment agreement, because we'll eventually subjugate them. And then we will hopefully be able to pull them into our block a little bit easier here. Can you make Chig a protectorate? Not yet. We're probably gonna have to do one more war, unfortunately. We isolated their market, but it's still probably gonna be one more war, unless they have something like cataclysmic go wrong. They're like 130 over here, so. What do we have a bunch of extra influence from? Is that from Russia abandoning us? Not like this. Okay. Fearful. Why don't you just back down then, dog? Bueller. Where did you click no? But this works out really well for us to get UA for free as a subject and quite a bit closer to Yunnan. Got a reactionary movement. Reactionary movement pressuring these guys is a bit of a vibe. Maybe we're supposed to suppress the reactionary movement as a general heuristic. Because it's often very annoying. Now we're playing a fire with regards to the economics here. You gotta spend money to make money, though. So global revolt should be down pretty quick. How are you disinterested, dog? We're on the same side of a war. We'll try and pass rights of assembly, I think. And we see Russia trying to get in. Doesn't really matter where anyone gets in, so I think once these guys are finished helping out Yunnan, we're gonna land in California. Actually, Aceh and Hawaii need to get landed. Maybe start with Aceh. Moderate. How reactionary is this movement? 82%. It's a little reactionary. We are going to need to reduce autonomy on UA once. Why can't we reduce subject payments on them? They're not paying us war reps. Is this because we're bankrolling them? I think it's because we're sponsoring their lobbies. I don't think it... Is it actually causing us to pay money? Yeah, reduce subject payments. We could reduce subject payments while sponsoring their lobby. You love to see it, even though they don't pay us anything. And it costs us money, but allows us to reduce their liberty desire faster. I think you look very well without the beard. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. We're going to see if that makes a difference. It doesn't look like it makes a difference. We're fine with them getting a little bit more political strength. Definitely want them to be happy and powerful. They're currently giving us a throughput bonus on the industries and stuff, which is generally a pretty strong one. Don't really like the PB. Once this war with the USA wraps up, I think we fight Qing again. Because I think our truce is, 9 months. Should be about right. Anarchist movement is kind of nice, because it is one of the few movements that goes for multiculturalism. We could bolster it. The problem is the anarchist movement's like really bad other than that, but anarchist ideology is like really just kind of terrible. With the very short exception of supporting multiculturalism. Yeah, they can't get in on us whatsoever, I don't think. Russia's not going to get in like that, but we're going to get in on California. We just got to grab the other war goals, like Aceh and the We don't actually need to grab the regime change Hawaii, because Russia will give it up eventually, or Russia will just capitulate their way out. But Hawaii's on their way, so we could take Hawaii after going for Aceh. There we go. Now time to go for Hawaii. It's already being landed by Russia. Perfect. They won't screw that up. Definitely not. And then American war reparations and regime change in Hawaii. Yeah, we can get enforced on this because none of the war goals are against us. Oh, no, wait. Transfer Burma is. That's fantastic. That means we can't just decay out. That's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. Can we reduce subject payments from Burma? We get exempt from service. I think we have a truce with them anyways, though. 18 months, yeah. EOS cap getting up that high is going to increase our innovation and our bureaucracy by quite a bit. Yeah, you see the bureaucracy jump up by about 1k there, because we already had 50 stacks prepared. But we also had 50 stack of, like, university and some of those other stuff. Or of, like in here, the textile mills. So part of me was suffering from the, illusion that we were already up on it. We'll do some of that action. And no defense on the coast means we just get in on California for free. We'll send the Friendship Army also over. I don't know if we have to pay convoys on the Friendship Army, do we? Yeah, we do. Alright, fair. Fair is fair. Great Britain is mobilized, so we will get to use the Friendship Army for free. Graduated taxation is going to be nice. Won't be doing it anytime soon. But we should get a nice push here. I guess we can mobilize these guys to rapid advance a little bit. Why did you shave it up? A little bit of a change up. We're gonna start changing the way we do things and focus what we're focused on. We did want to get this stream in though, because we normally stream Saturday mornings, but I need to start doing some stuff like radically different, and it's always nice to do a little bit of a visual change when you're implementing other changes, because it helps to stack them on top of each other. Like, because every time I look at myself in the mirror, I'm going to see like that I made that visual change, right? And so that'll be a reminder of like other changes I'm trying to make in my life. So in doing that, it helps to make other things more effective. South Peru is getting clapped, not like this. Should be okay. And what's this look like with them? 7 weeks? I guess we'll just wait, and then we'll go for 2 to 3 war goals on China. I think that'll be enough to decay them down. We can support them. Looks like they're still defending the capital. A little bit strange, but fine enough. We're full on illegitimate. What the hell happened? I mean, I guess we won't complain. Russia is coming to flood the front. We'll let them mainly deal with that. We have plenty of bureaucracy. In fact, we should do these two while we have that. We're gonna improve relations, just kidding. Well, those guys aren't forced out. Should we get a push off with these, though? We're super okay with war, with white peas. Is honorable just do nothing with an agitator? I guess if we wanted to promote him, he would be okay. He is protectionist though, so kind of a very good ideology. You see, sulfur mines are making a lot of money, so are fertilizer plants. We'll push them both. Reduce Persian autonomy if we back them in an ongoing play. Wait, what? I don't think so, my guy. Wait, why is Persia helping here? We don't want to pay infamy to reduce Persia's autonomy, so we'll let them do them. We have another few months on here. Anti-French League offers an opportunity. Sign a trade agreement. Yeah, sure. We're okay getting a trade agreement with Egypt. And all this should play pretty well. What do they make cheaply that we would like? We would love some more dyes. Ooh, rubber. We should probably be able to get a trade agreement off of that. And please the lobby, not please the lobby. Allura is a part of your power block? I don't think so. No, they're not. They're in the American market. Let's do this. Be super okay if we just white peace out of this. It's a shame that we don't lead the war, so we can't propose that. Gonna go for Suzhou and Hainan probably, because they're the highest pop places. Oh boy. we're gonna slot in or slot out the armed forces. And now our cautious guy is in charge. And we could do this solo bolo. But you see, it's only going to cost 8 infamy for us to go for this. We will put in those guys there. And the friendship army we will put in there. And these guys we will naively take off the front. And we'll just hope that the USA doesn't land us. No, we'll keep an eye on it. If the USA lands, we'll adjust where guys are. I think the fact that we're doing a naval landing is kind of going to be okay. These guys are in Great Plains for whatever reason, even though we can't land there, because the AI is big smart. But I think the USA is about ready to be done with this anyways, so... An election. We are not gonna look for help unless they have just like a really good sway in that's like super reasonable for us. Like Scandinavia, what do you want? You want to take treaty port? No thanks. And we'll put liberate country. Shibe. It's gonna be where? Oh, this will even isolate them from the northern portion. This is perfect. Actually, let's send these guys over here. And then... take Suzhou as well. Actually, he... yeah, Suzhou is going to be the next best one. I think this should be enough. And then we'll primary Korean War reps. And primary Tibetan War reps to make it very unlikely for them to back down. And then no more conquer states, so we'll come back to something a little reasonable here. And then these guys we'll just put on this front. We should be able to land into the 15 stack pretty easy. And just 15 infamy to go for all that. So we will have plenty of infamy left with which to go after Zhili, Shed Dog, and Hunan here. Do some of this. And then right of assembly should come in. And then I think we go... we kind of want guaranteed libs. We do want multiculturalism. We have 20% enactment chance, but that enactment chance is a lie, because when it comes from multiple movements, just one movement like operates and runs it, then the rest get appeased, and when the rest get appeased, it just like breaks everything. Okay, those guys are just doing nothing and can be nothing, I guess. We can't delete armies, kind of annoying. Make sure these guys are on all defense. Make sure that these guys have some pushing. I think this 8 stack that we have rapid advancing we'll put in over here actually. We'll try and push this front where we have a strong advantage really quick. Well, the USA will now be ticking down. We get malaria prevention and identification documents. More importantly, malaria prevention. We can't establish a new colony, but we should be able to colonize faster. Oh, do we not have interests? Tell me we didn't. Okay, we have interests in these places. So now these colonization times get really, really short, and so we should be able to push in through here pretty quick and get at least a decent chunk. Multilateral alliance is coming up next. Might not be too critical though, because we're kind of reaching the end of this. Any tips for turmoil? Don't build where there's turmoil, and then emergency relief if you have to build, or sorry, violent suppression if you have to build where there's turmoil, to really significantly offset it. If you're generating a ton of turmoil everywhere, you're probably getting too much radicalism. And so staying below the minimum expected line is going to be important for avoiding that. In terms of general thoughts, it depends what's causing it for you, in terms of like how you should approach it. But often it gets caused by radicalism. Being below the minimum expected standard of living is like the most common way to generate radicalism, or like if you're not paying attention to like that type of thing, that's going to be the way that you're getting it. This is a very, very small rev. We actually wouldn't even mind if it popped, so. He said, plan to reduce the deficit. There is none. We're gonna run with this. We're gonna build into it. We're okay here. We're gonna win a war right now, and we're gonna get war reps, and we're gonna get 2 more states, and so we should be actually pretty fine. The plan is there is no plan. The U.S. plan for reducing deficits. Actually, the U.S. plan right now is tax cuts. Yeah, no, we can, I think we can build into this. So, they do get enforced on. We'll just grab the claim on Panama. We might just grab the Panama Canal. Well, we're not used to... So we clicked the wrong tab somewhere. To infamy. I think we just go for this, so no one else can take it. We could have slotted in our guy to reduce the infamy by like 0.4, but I think it's fine. We have a cautious Intelligentsia guy. So if he's the only person in government. Your new skin suits you well. Thank you, thank you. We do be changing things up a little bit here. Is it just me or Confederate States holding out a lot more recently? It's not just you. We've noticed the same thing. Maybe you know this primary, I just kind of want him to back down. It exists for you a lot of times as well. Yeah, this is what we've noticed too. Should be a slight improvement. Here. Oh, rip. We gotta get into Tibet to enforce them below 0. And down here where we have an advantage, but we're not pushing it because we don't have a guy with offensive. Alright, let's push that, I guess. They demand action. They demand that we declare a rivalry with the French Republic. I mean, this would allow us to decay more. We don't have very good relationship with France. Anyways, let's just do it. That's gonna make them real happy. Anti-French League is gonna go from big sad to big happy. This. Let's look where we have the most unemployed pops. Or we have the most unemployed pops. Western Hubei. Yep. Oop. Oh, they just have negative convoys? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's fine. Are you gonna get wrecked out first? We also get this. Fantastic. We'll build a port because we need a port, and then we'll build Panama Canal because we want the Panama Canal, and then we won't delete stuff because we can't delete stuff. Bam. Remember when I said we'd build into this deficit? I don't know about that one. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. Alright, so we are going to be able to enforce on... We're going to grab this guy too here. Really hate that we can't make Tibet a strategic objective. Because the front hasn't pushed that way yet. Somehow we do get a landing in here versus a much bigger army. Or we don't. It's just like... It doesn't look good for getting in. Or we just barely get in or barely swing the other way. Oh, baby, that was so close. Alright. Let's actually just put these guys over here. They weren't on the front, so... We'll put them on the front, and then... Those guys will be over there. Now Tibet can be a strategic objective. We just had to put in war reps, didn't we? We kind of did, though. So we just need to take one state off of each of these guys. If this is getting bricked, which I think it is, we'll cancel this and bring in this 8 stack instead. I only recently got into Victoria 3 somewhat recently. What can we expect when can we expect the next DLC? Considering they're looking for feedback now, and they haven't given us any updates about it, I expect it's probably going to be in the summer. They said in the early spring they're going to start releasing information about it, and from when they start releasing information, which early spring is a bit ambiguous, I expect maybe 6 to 8 weeks before the drop of the DLC, so something like that. Recently I got raided by Russian one-of your runs, and they took war reps from me. Oh, how the turns table. This is true. The turns do, indeed, table. Okay, we're gonna stop messing about. Because we actually can lose this war. It's not against the rules. Almost have to bet on. Starting to recover some of that. I think that we're gonna start conscripting up these guys as well to be able to be much stronger on that front. Don't actually want this guy on the front. We see it looks like they're pulling guys off the front there. So that's going to be good for us. 62 is much more manageable. No one's defending Korea. So I think we cancel this naval invasion even. And then reset and go here. No one's defending in Korea. Tibet should be getting pushed here. We don't have any pushes off yet, but skyscraper site identified. We'll lay the foundations. Southern Manchuria. We'll put that at the front of the queue. Minus 400k, but look at our investment pool just absolutely popping off. Insane. We did want to pull this guy into the block. We can't get a defensive pact with them. Let's guarantee their independence, though. That guarantee independence as an action generates a ton of leverage. We also do have another principal slot. Oh, what do we want? Probably food standardization, considering our population concerns. Or actually, we wanted the first one because it's easier to pull people in the block if you have more cohesion. That would have helped. Why are the trade unions in the reactionary movement? Because they're upset. Because they are influenced by this. I don't know. They're upset because the anti-French League was like not that happy. I think I don't know exactly. They do be a part of it though. We have this guy. This is actually why. The traditionalist. Can't exile him, unfortunately. We probably should have exiled him a while ago, actually. We're a little bit, not necessarily getting the perfect micro on some of this. Did someone get spaghettied? Wait, if you're here, who's landing here? Bro, this is not the army we... Did we just misclick wildly? I guess I just misclicked wildly. We had meant for this army to... We'd meant to grab the 8 stack, not them. That was my bad, I guess. Not the 47 stack, so... Hopefully they don't push us out as a result, or get any type of weird front spaghetti. It's not good. Yeah, so we're gonna be much better at defending over there. Can we please get this in? Max number of companies. We will check up on Burma. This will make all of our subjects really disloyal, but we could just take one state off of them. Their subjects are already really disloyal, though. I kind of hate this interaction being like, the 0.2, like, minus is, like, just too hard to deal with. Kind of start getting more conscripts here to be able to push. And we're getting decent progress despite landing into... Yeah, I think we're okay here. This is gonna be nice for us. I wonder how much our subsidy on that is. We're trying to push this to get the event. We're just hemorrhaging because of the arms industries, yeah. That makes sense. Unfortunately, they want to push everywhere but into Tibet, which is, like, really lame. Why are we even involved in this? When did we become Bhutan's overlord? Bro, that's news to me. Can't land this. Guess we'll do that. I think they will be able to handle this, the Mapuche uprising. Probably, maybe not. Alright, I guess we are gonna add more conscripts. Because China's scraping the barrel, we gotta scrape the barrel a little bit too. It's 25% in advancement there. Looks like we are gonna finally get in over here. How's the war going? I can't tell. It's going kind of rough. Did you see Elon on Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan became a total mouthpiece for Trump. Yeah. This is what it seems like. I haven't seen the most recent one. Was there something particularly egregious? I mean, like, more egregious than, like, all of what's going on? Can you explain how to use arts academies? You're kind of not supposed to. The only reason you use them is to up your prestige. Because, by being the leader in production of arts, but it's not very efficient. Thank you for the affiliate anniversary. Well wishes. Much appreciated. We are kind of winning this war. We're, like, kind of also getting into economic trouble here. And we're a little bit concerned with those things over there. I think these guys will actually send over here to deal with some of this. Which is going to weaken us here, but I think that that's fine. We are finally getting a push off here, and I think we are getting in on this landing, so we're going to be able to enforce below 0 in just a second. We just need one more battle in there. So, this war is going very expensively, though. Burma, I think we could go for annex. Look to spend our infamy. Just take a quick look at who joins. Oh, we didn't even need to do that. That one guy's in charge anyways. Yeah, very significant infamy reductions we are receiving. Oh no, he wasn't in charge. So it went from, what was it before? Less than 4.6. What will be an annex for 4.6 infamy? Yeah, we'll land them after. Okay, so that is Tibet. We have war reps on Tibet. Now, that is Korea? No, that's not Korea. This is Korea? We're slowly pushing it. I mean, either one of these works. Either one of these is good for us, unless we get pushed out here. I think that's just Burma, though. There we go. We should be able to enforce. There we go. Now, don't look at the border gore. It's disgusting. Did you say if we did? Deguna? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But. We're gonna use this army to land Burma, I think. So we'll keep this army around. Right there. And these guys right there. And stuff will get even cheaper on the infamy once we get multilateral alliances. And also now that we have that, we're gonna do this. We will reset Suzhou and Hainan. And Western Hubei. There we go. Oh, it's already interesting. I mean, sure. I guess let's pull Patana in. Jibei willing to join. I think we want to damage relations with Jibei and just take it out. Art of doing nothing. Welcome it. Welcome, welcome. Is Hitler a character in game? He's not. Can you show how many people died in the war? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. A lot. We could reload and show. Because we kind of just finished the war, right? Oh, it might have been a little while back, actually. I'm not sure we could reload to show it. Apologies. I was trying not to lose the war, because it did look like there was a little bit, it was a little bit closer than we kind of wanted. Who joined here? No, not the Empire of Japan. We'll mobilize this army if we have to. Did Japan want anything in here, or they just joined? They just joined, yeah. So let's do that, and then... But no, Hitler's a little bit contentious. Because he was, like, in the time period. I think he should be a character in game, but... We're going to do some of that, which is going to keep our queue going for quite a while here. Economics, we're doing okay still, kind of, ish, sort of. Do get those guys splitting to those two uncovered fronts. We want Burma for their company. Generic steel is not a terrible idea for us, though. Will we have an additional company slot coming up in a reasonable time frame soon? I guess is a question we can ask ourselves. No, so let's keep up and go for the Burmese company, because I think we have a 5-year incorporation. It might be a 10-year incorporation. If it's a 10-year incorporation, maybe we could just go for a steel frame or generic steel. Generic steel is probably okay. The 5% state construction efficiency is fantastic, so it do be big nice. We're hemorrhaging money trying to get the event where when people are importing from us, arms industries, we get minus infamy. So we could just stop that and get like a refund of 60k. But honestly, just also collapsing the price of guns means that when we mobilize, we don't have to pay as much overall. Guaranteed Libs is going to pass through soon. Is La Revolution time? Yeah, we added a lot to the revolution here, basically, by annexing those. But this is going to be nice because it's going to get rid of all the turmoil in these places. Once the rev pops, it's going to not be nice because it's going to brick all the things we put in the queue. Going to be a little bit less nice on that front. First wee-woo of the stream. Mysterious Shadow Man in the German version. What's Uluru? It's Australia, but like one of the Australian tribes, which ended up annexing the rest, but then It somehow broke free, and now it's like a subject of the US, I think. So we get a Manchu peasant revolt. Which I think we can manage fine enough. With the power of friendship. I'm gonna look to get Burma in here. But yeah, they don't have like very many. They have this 89 stack and that's it, right? Right, Bueller? We're gonna keep an eye on and make sure that nobody sides with them like what happened last time. We maybe could have pushed that, but... The extra bureaucracy we have is going to get taken down once we pass guaranteed libs. Plenty of fascist agitators, just not Hitler specifically. Yeah, but you're not even allowed to say Hitler on the official Discord. Like, it seems like they don't want to... they have an aversion for, like, touching that. Paradox in general kind of... Oh, wait, what are we doing? Paradox in general. Imposing. Ugh. Ugh. We'll actually exile that guy. Brother. I mean, I guess we're gonna stay on this because we don't want to have the negative infamy decay guy in. Posing too similar to our ruler. Bro, do they literally only want to put a 3 stack there? I mean, I guess we'll put this other big stack over here then instead. They want to have their army there. Economy does get cut in half when this happens, though. I'm gonna put them up there and let these guys go wherever. Actually, this works. Burma, I believe this is their capital, right? Yeah. I'm gonna make sure we're pushing the right spot. How are we not pushing with such a big advantage? Terrible. Is this 70? Yeah, if a 70 stack is gonna defend against a 6 stack, we're super okay with that exchange. Colonial administration's increased. Which is less important about the colonization and more important about the speed. Why are we getting no progress somewhere? We have native interest everywhere. We have an interest. Kind of obnoxious. Well, it looks like we just get to crash through up on top. This rev is going to be done. Great Britain and China? I thought Great Britain is France. It's such a hassle. They land everywhere and are all over the place. It is. But I'm bad at victory. Yeah, I mean, this is how you abuse the AI, is with a lot of creative landings. And the AI is super abusable. They just censored Hitler in the German version of Hoi 4. Last DLC. Interesting. I don't know if that's... With Germany, I don't... With it being Germany, I don't know if that's progress or a regression. I don't know if that's good or bad there. We get our front spaghetti. So... kind of in principle, we want to go Zeppelins. Or in general, we like would want to go Zeppelins, but I think let's solve the electrical thing. Now that we have one of the electricity PMs, we're just gonna go for the whole thing. Really hate how fronts get, like... The AI is so bad at dealing with fronts. Wait, why are we... We had generals die on us and the organization or whatever here dropped really low. We'll do that. And just try and mobilize the conscripts so that we can win up over here. Although Japan's involved in there, and if they get pieced out, they will not be in very good shape. The Friendship Army, well, we're going to move over here if we can. We're still trying to get in over here. He's still wasting a 70 stack. I think that they don't have much arms production, so they should just, like... not be able to field this army, but they kind of just can. Not white peace with Burma. Jesus. We're actually just going to mobilize every last troop we can here. That's left remaining, because, like, we don't want to get ticked out of that. We actually want to be very successful. I hate the tick below zero mechanic, man. Oh. Karuna is the only playable Aboriginal nation in the game, but high unrest among Aboriginal pops elsewhere in Australia can trigger Uluru to appear as a rebellion. Makes sense. Well, previously it was a silhouette, which is just silly. I think that's a bit weird to play as Nazi Germany in a strategy game, though. Yeah, I mean, people have asked me to do fastest Germany runs, and I feel a little bit of some kind of way about that. Would you ever do someone else's horrific save file? Yeah, we've done that in the past. Generally, just amounts to us, changing up, Adding construction. Man, do we really just... Are we really just losing here against this Rev? The Rev can get ticks below 0. They actually have to occupy the capital to get Manchuria. So Burma is maybe a little bit more critical here. Our big problem is a complete lack of convoys. In regards to these guys overseas. Yeah, we're slowly losing. We need to get stronger on this front, though. Stupid Japan. Wish they weren't in here on this. Once we free up this 54 stack, we'll be able to, like, push and land and do stuff over here. Yeah, they were no longer defending against the landing here. So... they categorically are not. It's not the 4 stack we wanted to select. Can't reach a C node, eh? And then this should pull some of them off. And if it doesn't, then we get to land. So we see 8, 3, 4, them starting to get pulled off the stack. And if we pull more guys off the front, then this is good for us. It looks like 13 is kind of a really annoying number, because that's... yeah. Unfortunate. We are winning these battles. Japan getting enforced out is great, because we should be able to push real easy into Burma. And then the 60 stack can come back this way. I want to do it prematurely. 20 stack is like a very appropriate number. AI is actually being smart on that one. Someone supporting the reactionary movement. I think that... we're gonna say goodbye, dude. No, just kidding, we're not, I guess. Can we get pushing in here? Can we get a push going? Is there no one... there's guys with offense here. No, we're just gonna tick out. Like, we're just gonna tick out, like, a ton of points. You know what's sick is I think that we just can't enforce here. The enforceable zero mechanic is just, like... we hates it. We maybe we should do more, or try and do more disaster saves, though. So here's our battle, but here's the thing. Is, first of all... oh, wait, why is it... oh, it said... okay, I just misread it. But... I think that we actually might get enforced out before this goes through. We'll see. It has to do with, like, mobilization size. The 70 stack is pretty big now. Alright, we get another battle. Maybe we shouldn't complain. Battles are now rapidly starting to happen after, like, just not happening for a month, which is kind of what we were complaining about. They also just lose to the status quo here. We just want to keep this guy out of government, man. We can't... there's... oh, we can invite... oh my god. We could promote that guy to government instead. Not like this. Well, we don't need the infamy decay right now, so I guess we'll do that. Well, this session's just been very, very rough. But I think that we make it out of this. Send these guys down there. They like haven't been able to defend themselves at all, so this should be, yeah. They're coming over there, it looks like, to deal with that. There's a company we do want to slot in there. Actually, I think we want this 95 stack to come over here. And then that'll free up the 56 stack to do a landing. What are your thoughts on what happened yesterday in the Oval Office? I think it's terrible. Very upsetting. Also not surprising. I mean, I think the entire thing was just like pretext for... he knew he wanted to deny aid to Ukraine just in general. And so having a big blow-up spat in a very public way when this is normally a negotiation that would happen behind closed doors just seems like a very... useful way of establishing a sort of pretext for saying we're going to stop supporting Ukraine, because I think this is what Trump wanted to do all along. So, I think it was like a propaganda pretext, like, set up more than a thing. I also think to some extent Putin wants a ceasefire, but just to regroup, so he just wants like a 2-year ceasefire, basically. So that, like, he would be okay with, Putin would be okay with a ceasefire that does not include security guarantees, with a bit of an asterisk, because he doesn't want to give an opportunity for Ukraine to join NATO. But USA is just going to veto them joining NATO anyways, so I think he just wants to regroup and attack again in like a couple years. Something like this. So, yeah. Zelensky's response to the guy asking why he's not wearing a suit was base. Yeah. Like... Zelensky, I think, you could tell, I was actually so sad. Not gonna lie, I cried a little. I was like, watching Zelensky try so fucking hard to make it work, like in the Fox interview, and like bend over backwards to like still try and play nice when he knows he's being sold down the river. Like, you can tell he knows that like Trump is trying to throw in with Putin, but he's still doing everything he can rather than just getting upset at the situation because his people are dying and he's trying to stop his people from dying. And it's just like so gutting to like watch him like he his English is his third language. You know, he's like trying to do everything right. He's trying to say everything right. You can tell, just like, it's just so fucking sad, man. Just very upsetting. Yeah, I feel so, like, yeah, it's just really bad. Can you do a short guide on when it's appropriate to change your capital and tricks for how? EIC, for example, owns no homeland states to change its capital, but may still benefit from doing so. Well, since the revving now makes it so that when you rev, you can temporarily change your capital, but it swaps it back. I don't think there's too many useful tricks for force changing capital. I feel like I'm forgetting one, and there's at least like one, but the reason you change it is mainly because you kind of want to put encourage manufacturing edict where your capital is, because you tend to get a disproportionately high amount of financial districts in your capital, which means you're going to have a lot of ownership there, really high demand for services, so this is going to be the best place to put a manufacturing edict, because that also affects services. And so you generally want to place it in the spot where you want to build tall, so a place that has a river bonus and a lot of arable land. I also hate taking out when I'm about to win. Like, I can do the war, I just get the money. Why do I get forced out? Yeah, no, the mechanics for it are just, like, really bad. That's, like, kind of just, like, the TLDR. I don't know. The Diplo play is, like, actually just hyper frustrating and just terrible mechanic. We're gonna add some more stuff to these states. Oh, we don't even have it there currently, but all this infamy getting reset is really nice for us. I think we want to start maybe trying to roll back this, but they're gonna get enforced out pretty soon here. There we have that. But the like, I don't know, I'm very upset about the, oh, we inherit all their debt. No, what a world, what a world. Jeez, they just super addict the economy, the revolution. Whoa, this is gonna be just painful to try and recover from. They just deleted a bunch of, like, government admins. Alright, we're gonna try and swap this stuff up to the extent that we can. Try and do this. We're gonna stop subsidizing the arms industries. I don't think this is working out for us. I think we'd rather just have the economics. We don't really need the infamy deletion. So it's gonna fire down. Okay, also we just needed to unpause for some of these things to fix. I think we're gonna demobilize this guy. Demobilize this guy. Demobilize this guy. Now we have a problem over there. And we will fix it. Did you get the COVID vaccine? Yeah, we did. What are your hopes and expectations for 1.9? I'm hoping that they said they wanted to fix the military. I'm hoping that includes the Diplo play. I don't expect it will. That's not really my expectation. That's just my hope. They've mentioned that they want to fix trade, and in like one of their things they talk about freight. So I think they've watched my video. It'd be really sweet if they implemented that system. I'd be very excited about that. We're gonna grant this guy leadership, which kind of... Oh, wait, no. We can exile. We can exile now, I think. We put the reformer in? No, we can't. But what if we do this? Is the PB guy just too similar to both? He's just too similar to both. He's just too similar to everyone. God, that sucks. Alright. But these guys being in charge, perfect. Okay. Ruthless doesn't give minus infamy decay. So, that's like what we were trying to avoid there. I think we go after Gili. 5.2 infamy. We still have guys coming to this front, so that should be fine. And now, Great Qing, being hyper isolated in terms of their market, should be unrecognized regional, which they are. So, next war we will be able to subjugate them, and then the following one annex. I think we're just gonna eat the infamy here. We don't need a lot of infamy, and I'm tired of that event. Alright, we're gonna exile that guy, because we don't like him. Landowners leave the Anti-French League. Hell yeah, brother. They start improving relations. Putin was probably laughing his ass off yesterday. G2, yeah. I think it's so bad for the United States. Just push all your allies away. It's just disgusting. It felt like a setup. I think it was. Do you see the lady that asked Trump about guarantees, the way he answered? And people still defend this guy? No, I mean, like, America's too divided. This is the problem. Like, the problem is, like, partisanship and tribalism, like, more than, like, Trump himself. Like, and even, you know, whether you're on the right or the left, the fact that both sides hate each other should just be extremely, like, concerning. Rose debt, we're fine, we're chilling. Ain't nothing but a thing. Ain't nothing but a thing. I've known immunocompromised people without vaccinations that are nonetheless pro-Ukraine. Yeah. I feel like Trump has done more worse things at the time he's been back in office than his entire first term, at least in foreign policy. I think the thing that is particularly acute is not just all the stuff he's done in terms of, like, alienating our allies. It's that we elected him once, and he was, like, a bad actor on the foreign stage in terms of inspiring confidence with our allies by basically just trying to strong-arm them. And then we elect him again, and then he does the thing. So it's like a fool me once, fool me twice type of thing. Where, like, I think that the West, just generally speaking, is going to not trust America. Even if we have a different president, it's not going to matter, because they're going to be like, well, what happens in 4 years or 8 years or whatever? We are incorporating everything. It's just super overbuilt on the... I guess we can go for some more home affairs or something like this. We've been wanting to put in public health insurance. Can't. Why not? Because the freaking stupid trade unionists were part of the revolution, man. You hate to see it. Let's go no migration controls while we can here. We haven't heard the sweet nothings of a mass migration. I think this causes people to leave, but it's... We'll I kind of want to see if people leave, so... We're still going to get a decent chunk of the Congo here. Victory crashed 3 times over 2 hours. Sometimes I hate mods. That is pretty rough. Unironically, I think Trump is just rolling the dice when it comes to making political decisions. I very strongly disagree. I think that's a very generous interpretation. That he's just being a moron. I think he's, like, clearly selling out to Putin here. And I think that like there's been like a historical record, and like you have like small semblances of plausible deniability, but like Putin helped him get elected the first time. He refused to say anything bad about Putin. Putin is one of the very few people that he was like not tough on. He's like in terms of international stuff, the only people that he like says nice things about in terms of leaders is like these dictators. Like the like any one of these things, like you could be like, well, you know, but like all of them together, you're like trying to be like, well, you know, Trump is like it's just such big fat cope, dude. For like, I don't know, the problem is that like the right and the left are like so concerned with like tribalism that like the attention of people in terms of right and wrong is 100% turned inward in the US, and it's like turning on ourselves, and like we hate this guy, we hate that guy, and like except like the enemy of like you know, democratic values and this type of stuff in terms of like modern times right now is unambiguously Putin. It's great for the meme economy, at least. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I guess. You're not wrong. Wait, what happened here? Why did Great Britain just curb stomp our Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. They just curb stomp our subject. That's so stupid. I hate that our subject can join in a war and then just lose all their territory. The explanation is that half the American population doesn't want to get involved in the foreign war on the other side of the planet. I mean, we're kind of involved either way, or we just like, we want to have this spheres of influence game. Which overall is going to be like worse for the world, and we're not going to have a peace dividend, and eventually it will like if you want to have a return to like the status quo or the types of thinking that you had back in the Victorian era, where like you had spheres of influence and people were imperialistically trying to take stuff and this type of thing, you're going to feel it back home. Like you're going to feel like when China feels like they could take Taiwan, good luck buying a graphics card. Like, not that that's the only reason you should care about that, but like the entire like global order is going to be significantly disrupted if you have a bunch of imperial wars and imperial activity. One of the reasons why groceries are so expensive is because Ukraine was like the breadbasket of Europe, and so a huge driver of inflation of specifically food is the fact that economic activity in Ukraine is significantly disrupted. Also, gas prices getting expensive. If Russia just played like nice like the rest of the European countries did, which obviously I don't think is going to happen if like the US gets involved. I don't think that results in this, but just trying to talk in terms of like what type of status quo is like beneficial, and they just exported their oil and we just bought their oil and we didn't sanction, like gasoline would have never gotten expensive, and like there are downstream effects of like gasoline getting expensive. Like the idea that we could just avoid being affected by an invasion of Ukraine is just optimistic at best. Like just because we decide to like not like deal with it. Also the way in which we're sending them, like we're sending them military equipment, and a lot of it is just like military equipment that's like semi-obsolete in the US anyways, or it stimulates like our own military industrial complex, which, like, to be fair, we're not exactly thrilled about having a massive influence in terms of politics, in terms of the military industry. But it's not like we're sending people over to die, like, in terms of a larger level of involvement, or that Ukraine is even remotely asking for that type of thing. So it's not about the right and left. It's about Trump and is just a bad politician. Where are the days of neocon is my question. I think it's about tribalism and right and left. Yeah. And all the old guard in terms of the Republican Party has been like, a lot of them have just gotten primaried by people who are loyalists to Trump. So that's kind of where the old guard went. At least Trump's and Vance aren't total cokeheads like the other person sitting with them in the room. Talking about Zelensky. The response to Trump being terrible is just calling... It's just like, at least he's not a cokehead, man. It's just so like insipidly superficial and just like not even accurate. Like... God. We could unpack why Putin's a monster and an enemy of the free world, but we like already have just like we spent like 98 or 19 hours doing that on Monday. And there's plenty of VOD. I guess like, well, people don't want to watch VOD, they just want to comment, I guess. The USA makes more food than Ukraine. If we didn't export 75% of our cereal grains to China, prices of the USA would fall. It would not be sustainable for farmers. But yeah, the US could subsidize all that. But anytime a global commodity is like, anytime the supply of a global commodity is throttled, of which grain is like one, this significantly will increase prices, even if it's not the particular thing you're buying. Like, so we didn't buy that much Russian oil. It still increases gas prices because people who were buying Middle Eastern oil, or we buy more Middle Eastern oil than Russian oil, but when there are sanctions on Russia, then Europe buys more Middle Eastern oil. We buy Middle Eastern oil. This drives up the price of that oil, right? So the global commodities market is interconnected. It doesn't matter who's buying, like which ones. Just because we're not buying Ukrainian grain doesn't mean that Ukrainian grain going in price up in price doesn't increase the price of grain in the United States. That's not how commodities markets works. Like with with goods that are like differentiated more on brand and are not like commodities, that's like more the case, but like with commodities that's not how it works. Who placed the sanctions on Russia? No need for gas to get expensive, that's our fault. Yeah, so allowing Putin to just run through Europe is an incredibly bad idea, and if you let him take one thing, he's going to keep taking more and more and more because he's imperialist by nature, because he invaded Georgia and he took a piece of Georgia, then he invaded Ukraine and he took a piece of Ukraine. He's invading Ukraine now. What the suggestion is that you just roll over and let him take the Donbass and the other region. He's going to be back and invade Ukraine again, and then once he takes Ukraine, Moldova's next, and then he's going to start attacking more and more. He's already attacking the infrastructure of like NATO. He just wants to push like the envelope on what he can do, and it's like this like insipid like strategy of appeasement is just not going to be effective. I think Hunan, we have bad enough relations that we can attack him. Why is Russia siding against us here, man? In terms of the prediction, they're belligerent now. What? We had good relations for like forever. I guess they have an interest where we've accumulated a lot of infamy. Maybe let's try and improve relations. We have 15 infamy to work with. Jan Mayen conquers Iceland. Good luck getting fish anymore. It's even worse when one side makes mistakes than the other side makes up lies around those mistakes and then just ignore the actual points of contention. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about Putin is, like, Putin... I guess for people who are interested in reading and maybe seeing, like, why I think Putin's such a monster, you could look up the Bataslin school hostage crisis. You could look up the Ryazan apartment bombings, which I think is the most obscene. You could look up all the assassinations of Vladimir Putin, including Boris Nemtsov, the opposition leader, who was assassinated outside the Kremlin, and then before his body was cold, Putin announced that his assassination was not done by Putin, but was instead done by, opposition to Putin in order to provoke. He called it a provocation, the assassination of, his political enemy, which, like, it was obviously done by Putin, and then he just, like, closes the investigation instantly. The guy buying expensive villas while his people are dying is such a heroic freedom fighter. You're talking about... You were misinformed on Zelensky. And this is, of course, like, the deflectionist narrative. Like, the person who's most responsible for what's going on in Ukraine right now is Vladimir Putin, right? And the narrative and the propaganda lines are anything to deflect from that in any sort of shape or way or form to, like, change the narrative. Even if Zelensky was buying villas, that still wouldn't justify the invasion of Ukraine. And the tossing in with, like, Vladimir Putin and saying, hey, he's not so bad, and hey, he wants peace too. He can have peace anytime he wants if he just leaves. And there's, like, he could just do that. He could just stop attacking Ukraine, and we would have peace. The point is that he wants to imperialistically take Ukraine. What's our... 25 months. That he just wants to, like, take Ukraine and then, like, anything, it's this, like, classic, like, Russian propaganda technique where you can't justify your own actions, so you have to attack the other people and try and make it sound like they're both bad. That way it's just a shrug of the shoulders, be like, it's a wash, it doesn't matter because they're both bad, and this type of thing. Even if, like, Zelensky was coked out of his mind, it wouldn't matter. It's still, like, there are over a million casualties here because of Putin wanting to attack into Ukraine and take the territory that he has no justification for. Going back to talking about Putin, yeah, I mean, like, I feel like I've litigated this at such great length already. It's a shame that I have somewhere I gotta be, so I can't actually just stream for, like, long enough to unpack everything. Because otherwise I might, I don't know. I also don't know, I don't know to what extent I think people have seen that and they're just trying to kick up dirt and, like, do whatever. Georgia, Crimea, Donbass, basically. Seems eerily similar to Germany in the 30s, Sudetenland, Anschluss, Poland. Yeah, exactly. Which is why, like, it just gets more expensive. Like, the more you kick the ball down the road in terms of dealing with the imperialism, the more expensive it's going to be eventually. Like, the end result you had of, like, the Victorian-era imperialism and spheres of influence was 2 world wars, where millions and millions of people died. And so, like, you look at okay, we can just stop him, like, in Ukraine. It's so much cheaper. Like, Russia is unambiguously, like, an enemy of the free world. Not only that, the United States has become disgustingly partisan, and the real big problem is, like, tribalism, and both sides hate each other. And Russian, like, troll factories, very much... Russian troll factories propagate disinformation on both sides. They will find the far left stuff and they'll propagate that, like a lot of BLM stuff, and they'll find the far right stuff and they'll propagate that, like the farthest right reaches and the farthest left reaches in order to push as much as possible partisan hackery and, like, just, like, people in the United States hating each other, and the entire purpose is to sow dissent and to make the United States weak and unable to oppose Russia. And they're doing this not just in, our country, but in a lot of other Western countries, and interfering with elections, and, like, all this type of stuff. And, like, very, just a ton of propaganda, which is, like, we just see so much of, like, the propaganda lines also just, like, repeated and this type of thing. And then, like, if you actually, like, look into, like, the type of person Putin is, he's just, like, clearly a monster. We paid 14 infamy for this claim. What is that, dog? The infamy costs on this thing are just so stupid. They're just so ridiculously high. It's insane. We don't really feel like fighting Russia right now, in game. Department of Agriculture. I'm trying to post a link again. Yeah, if there's a mod and it's a legit link, don't delete it. Maybe you should look at what happened to Ukraine pre-war. Why was the Russian language outlawed? The Russian language was not outlawed. They have an official language. The official language is Ukrainian. You have to speak it in schools. This isn't outlawing, and it's not like racist. A lot of countries have an official language. The United States doesn't have an official language. Which seems to be something that upsets people who bring up the like Ukrainian official language thing too, because they like think that the official language of the United States is English or should be English. But you can look into that if you want. I don't contest that, but the main reason prices aren't extremely cheap, not the Ukraine war. Wait, what? Okay, I don't even... I'm saying the money going to Ukraine does not go where we think it's going. A lot of it is... Have you actually looked into the accountability, like, metrics that get used on the money? And the stuff when we're sending, like, directly sending equipment, you think that the Ukrainian government or officials is selling off military equipment when they're in the midst of, like, fighting, like, an existential war? Because, like, a lot of the aid is just direct military equipment. It's military equipment that arrives on the border of Ukraine. And you think they're, like, plundering and looting this type of stuff? Like, how many hours have you spent, or how much time have you spent actually trying to look in and verify the particulars of, like, where the money's going? Because, like, the in terms of where the accounts go, like, you can like, trace it. It's not something I have spent an abundant amount of time. Ukraine does score particularly bad on corruption overall, or has historically, but, like, so has Russia. And, like, it also, like, to some extent, it, like... This is, like, just a deflection type of narrative. The idea is that Ukraine is not worthy of supporting, right? Or this is the narrative that we're trying to push here with these types of things. And we're looking to switch it from a moral argument to an efficiency argument, which is a completely different type of discussion, right? And then answer the efficiency question and say, oh, well, you know, the money's not that efficient, when, like, and just completely ignore, like, the moral types of consideration, because it's more convenient if you ignore the moral consideration of what's going on and what the eventual consequences of. It's going to be really expensive, you know, if Poland gets attacked. And if the United States, like, keeps going the way it's going, and they just decide to pull out of NATO, and then Europe gets into a world war, that is just like, or not a world war, a European war, that is, like, apocalyptically bad. Let's go. Do we not have... Oh, they're not on the... They're not doing boats. Ukraine and NATO would be terrible for Russia's securities and interests. Well, NATO's not out attacking people. The basic example, NATO's not out there, you know, imperialistically taking territory of other people. It's a defensive alliance. Post-World War II, the people or the countries, or the people who have invaded other countries for the purposes of annexing territory, it's a very short list, and it's not filled with great people. It's Milosevic, Saddam Hussein, and Vladimir Putin with the 3X. Wasn't he motivated to attack before they fully joined? The you made me attack type of narrative is just very much, like, reeks of the like, the same type of logic of, like, oh, she wore a short dress, so she was asking for it. They're opportunistic wars of aggression towards post-Soviet nations. Yeah, they're wars of aggression. This topic I totally didn't listen to my last news hours. Yeah, I'm sorry, Philemons. People have brought it up. Maybe we should just, like... We've read quite a bit about this type of stuff. YouTube chatters be wild, glazing Putin. I mean, it's kind of like the same 2 or 3. I think that they were here, like, during the Ukraine stream. Or, like, I think 1 or 2 of these guys was. Zelensky was a rich media personality before politics, even Russia itself. He could make money without politics, yep. And, like, if Zelensky was really just, like, all about covering his own ass, he would have just fucking left. Like, there were assassination attempts on him at the very entry of the war, like, and he had, very much the means by which he could just, like, leave the nation. And that would have been, like, if you're just covering your own ass and you're only looking out for number one, that is the approach that, like, he should have taken. Just, like, leave when they get invaded, which, in fact, was what a lot of people were expecting to happen. We'll put a few more of those in. What about Kamala telling Zelensky that USA wants them in NATO? It doesn't matter, it's a defensive alliance. Wasn't that a massive escalation? No, so here's the thing, is Putin, in order to get what he wants, calls everything a provocation and an escalation. Look at it from the perspective of Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't want to get attacked. What's a good way to not get attacked? Get into a defensive alliance. So they want to work closer to getting into NATO. This is, by the way, exactly what the Ukrainians want. This is what the Ukrainians have voted for. This is, in terms of their voting, why they had protests against Yanukovych was because Yanukovych ran on the platform of joining the EU and NATO. And then he 180'd once he got in there because he's a Putin stooge. And by the way, when he got ousted from government, he fled to Russia. And so the pushing of the narrative of conceiving every single thing as a provocation is exactly like the type of narrative that Putin is trying to push, because if something is a provocation, you can try and prevent people from doing it on like a diplomatic type of scale. Joining a defensive alliance is not a provocation, and we had to attack them so they wouldn't attack us is like insane. Ukraine was never going to attack Russia. And it's just like, it's just a very like, Russia simultaneously is like acting as both victim in terms of like narrative, and then also aggressor, and they're playing this like two-faced game. Because if they want to diplomatically go for security assurances, they can, right? But the entire thing is they don't want Ukraine to join NATO because they want to attack NATO. Ukraine wants to join NATO because it knows that it's going to get attacked, and it already got attacked. And the ceasefire that they signed in terms of the Minsk agreements, just like the value of like the Russian like word on terms of security guarantees is worthless in terms of we won't attack you if you won't join NATO or something like this. And so it's just a matter of time. So it was a big part of it was a response to Yanukovych getting ousted is why Ukraine got attacked, because the stooge was no longer there. The first time. We're talking about 2014 here. But the escalation, Putin saying it's an escalation and then attacking, the person you blame when that happens is the person who's the aggressor, not the person who's getting attacked. The Ukrainian government was literally persecution of Russians. You're talking about enforcing the national language in schools is like the... You want to talk about persecution? What about what happened, the like butchery that happened in Bucha? In terms of like people asking like World War II Germany. And, you know, if we're talking about annexing foreign territory neighboring you, there's only 3 leaders have done that post-World War II, and that's Vladimir Putin, Milosevic, and Hussein. So if we want to talk who's like Hitler, because that's how that whole ball got rolling, is the annexation of you know, European powers next to him. I think Putin is very similar to Hitler. He is also a complete like tyrant back home. He completely dominated and ensured that he had all of the media completely controlled and under his thumb, is seizing media assets from billionaires, oligarchs that opposed him, which was a product of like a lot of the billionaires that rose up initially was a big part of looting the country that happened under Yeltsin. But there were people who opposed Putin initially, and he just seized their media companies and or assassinated them. Let's see. Can we go for... how long on this incorporation? Oh, it's a 20-year incorporation? Rip the dream. But, like, you're trying to argue that, like, Ukraine is somehow more similar to in terms of activities, to like, Hitler, when Zelensky's democratically elected, hasn't seized control of, like, elections. I mean, some of the statistics are quite funny because it's all the people who are looking to fawn over and give Putin, like, the best type of results. In Chechnya, which, by the way, was having a resistance movement against Putin. Grozny was, like, reduced to rubble by Putin. Chechnya scored, they had a 99.5% voter turnout, 99% voting for Vladimir Putin. If you think that's a legit election, you're, like, out of your mind. Chechnya, which had been, like, reduced to rubble by Putin in terms of the way he treated the separatist movement. Russian bots on German comment section is a long-lasting problem, not recently but for years. We gotta kind of catch up here. So Zelensky is immensely unpopular in Ukraine. This is just false. You're just like, you have bad polls. The people don't want him gone. The people overwhelmingly support Zelensky. You're just misinformed. Would you want Russian long-range missiles in Mexico? Mexico, up until, like, kind of recently, was a historic ally, would not allow Russian missiles to be there because we're ideologically similar. But, again, I've broached this multiple times. In fact, I think I broached it with you on the other stream, Sheep Thief, because you were on the other stream. We've had this discussion before, if I recall correctly. And my opinion remains the same, which is, that's between Mexico and Russia, what type of agreement they have. But I think that we're just seeing kind of a return here. I don't care what happens to Europe. MAGA, every country should place its needs first. This hasn't done for a long time. It's time to change that. Well, that's how you get world wars coming in. Just watching out for number one rather than overall global cohesion and alliances. You should care what happens in Europe because it influences what happens over here. It's just a sticking your head in the sand. The I don't care what happens in Europe type of argument was used during both the world wars, like when USA was not joining either of them. Bros comparing geopolitics with dating. I have no idea what you're talking about. You talking about the skirt comment? That's not dating if you're talking about the skirt comment. Saying that blaming Ukraine for Russia attacking it is like blaming a woman for being sexually assaulted because her skirt was too short. We're gonna have to go soon either way. We have, like, plans. Yeah, because isolationism and pacifism will surely work to defend democratic values against two power-hungry nations. Yeah, basically. Also, like, my bigger concern here is that I think that the United States is going to actively help Russia, not sit its way out. We are looking for any war that Russia starts that we could reset attitude with. Which, like, we're gonna get a headache trying to play nice with Russia in game as we're, like, talking about Putin being a monster. Incidentally, I suppose to some extent it's good that you guys bring this up because we are raising money for Ukraine, for those fighting on the front line, in terms of We have a fundraiser for the Ukraine Defense Fund. It is on our Twitch. You can find the link to the Twitch down below, and then it'll be in the bottom right-hand corner if you wanted to contribute. We are trying to do that, and we have been since Monday. Russia was totally allowed to be a part of the global market before this stuff. Yeah, this was the mistake, is the level of engagement and access to financial institutions and all this type of stuff when they've just been a bad actor. I need to inform you, Zelensky does not live in Ukraine. Dude's got a villa, can't remember where it's at. It's like California or something. I don't think that that's the case. I would not be surprised if he had properties elsewhere. But the idea that he's, like, just living in California, like, smoking a bunch of, or snorting a bunch of coke, or smoking crack, whichever you prefer, is, like, and not actually in the process of trying to defend his country when he spends an enormous amount of his time traveling from country to country, trying to lobby for support, is just, like, it's just, this classic propaganda line. Which, again, even if Zelensky was a stooge and a sellout, the entire point is that this is a deflection and a topic change from the fact that Putin is in the process of attacking a democratic state with the purpose of annexing its territory. And this sort of narrative, the entire purpose of putting this forth is just to be like, shrug and be like, oh, they're both bad, so I guess we don't really care. You should absolutely care. Putin bombed his own people in order to get elected, and he, like, has just sham elections. There's nothing democratic about it, and he's coming for and trying to destabilize the world's democracies, and he should be, like, stopped. Zelensky could have fled the country, previous president in 2014, yep, but he stayed in Ukraine. Yeah, so this narrative that he's just, like, choosing the cozy way out is just, like, so stupid, because there were attempts on his life in the opening weeks. I remember the opening weeks of the invasion. There were multiple assassination attempts that were foiled. He could have just rolled over if he wanted to. Locking your door is a provocation for the thief? Yeah. What if Mexico joined a defensive alliance which could lose long-range missiles on the border with USA? Then USA would invade Mexico and try and stop it? I don't think so. I'm also not abundantly pleased with the way the Cuba relationship entire thing, like, rolled out. I don't think we should be embargoing Cuba. But this is just, like, you, like, in one phrase, you say that it would be a provocation for you to try and do this, and in another phrase, or in terms of Putin, he immediately confirms why joining NATO was essential for Ukraine by invading it. Also, again, Putin has invaded countries 3 times. NATO has invaded countries 0 times with the purpose of annexing territory. You could kind of maybe make an argument that they invaded Iraq, right? Because Article 5 was invoked. But the USA didn't annex Iraq in the same way that Russia is annexing territory. I think you should look into the Hunter Biden and Ukraine connection. I have. In eastern Ukraine, there are violent Ukrainian nationalists who attacked and killed ethnic Russians. The number's probably non-zero, but this is just like a red herring type of thing. Especially when Russia was in the midst of sponsoring separatists. If you're talking about people who are Ukrainian that are fighting separatists, then, like, when they're sponsored by Russia, it's, like, not a good faith thing. Putin had mobile crematorians and huge amounts of military police, the columns heading into Kyiv at the beginning of an invasion. Yep. The special military operation, you mean? Taking a look at our infamy. I don't see any missile attacks on Moscow 3 years into a full-blown war. Also this. They've had the means by which to just... Well, now they have the means to shoot into Moscow, but they're not. Because the entire point is not escalating. And Kiev has been rained with missiles this entire time. You want to talk about, like, an enemy of humanity? Like, Putin just attacked civilian centers. Bucha was just, like, absolutely brutalized. You can look it up. If I say this, what happened there, I'm gonna get demonetized on Twitch. And, like, this, like, it's just, like, narrative swapping. And, like, trying to... The reason why the Russian propagandists change the subject and try and move away is because there's no defense to what they're doing. And then they talk about stuff that's not accurate, because if you repeat the lie enough, then people will believe it. And so it's just it's a matter of, like, attentional framing and misdirection and this type of stuff. But anyone who has, like, Western values, or, like, the United States, the values the United States purports itself to have, would just be, like, you should just be monstrously opposed to Russia and Putin specifically. He's, like, the equivalent of Stalin and, like, Hitler. Do you think Russia's winning the war? Currently, I think Europe's ramping up a lot. I think United States, it depends a lot on how much aid to Russia the United States is going to give. But her skirt is too short, yeah, basically. If you think that Mexico should be allowed to let Russia put long-range missiles pointing at us, then you're being overly idealistic. Nobody is okay with that. I never said we'd be happy about it, but the idea that we should attack and invade Mexico over it... diplomatic... Ooh, this is good for us. Because we get to side with the secession, which will join up with, or... They'll join up with Hunan. So, in theory, we should protectorate Hunan. And then join. This is maybe a little bit too much game sweat in terms of trying to keep up with this conversation. I don't know. I think Sheep Thief is just a troll, though. Maybe not. Maybe operating in good faith. That's like, that's the rub, though. It's a little bit hard to verify. I'd rather make the mistake of treating someone not like a troll. Then we have this one here. Revoke the British claims. We're allied to Great Britain? Wait, what? Since when? They're an offensive part of that. Yeah, damn it. Then we kind of don't want to subjugate Hunan instead of conquer. Oh well. Most countries should probably welcome Putin. I've been to Moscow and women need not be afraid of immigrants. Yeah, Moscow is just like, just absolutely insane. Putin is a thug that's like in the process of looting his own country. You can look at the Sochi Olympics and how much they spent and how much of a disaster that was, and look at some of the contracts that he gave to his government cronies, and just like, just an awesome example of the level of corruption and the degree to which he's looting the country. It's like a perverted combination of communism and capitalism, where, you know, the profits are privatized and the expenses are made public. Like, it's not an oligarchy, it's a kleptocracy, and they're just, like, looting the country. It's terrible for Russia. It's a gas station masquerading as a country. He has a villa in occupied Kherson. Okay. That's a lot different than California. They didn't allow the Soviet Union to put missiles in Cuba. There's a reason they didn't like military bases near their border. Yep. Cuban Missile Crisis was a bit of a vibe. Hey, Joe Pro. How's it going? Every time I see you in chat, Joe Pro, I think you're the longest time subscriber, so I try and check and see if you resubbed, because the notification thing, for whatever reason, doesn't show up for resubs. I've tried to fix it like 3 times. I don't know how to do it. US couldn't pay for the weapons without controlling the reserve currency. I think there's more complexity in that. The fact that we have the reserve currency might also change with us alienating all of our allies, which is incredibly bad. Although, like, to be fair, there are ways to support, the United States could choose to stop supporting, Ukraine and simultaneously, I think we're not going to put in the thing on that. And simultaneously not alienate its allies if it wanted to. Those separatists summoned state-of-the-art T-90 tanks from the air. Yep, those separatists. The ones that Russia bragged about, or Putin bragged about in a documentary years later, that they were Russian special forces after saying that they were just separatists doing their own thing. I'm doing a Krakow run with 3 GPs supporting independence. I have max liberty desire and the increased autonomy action is available. Any thoughts on why I can't start an independence war and only give Austria a choice? I don't have Diplo play button available. Well, I'm not 100% sure. If you're involved in a play with them right now, you wouldn't be able to. What you should do is you should come and look at your diplomatic demands, and there might be one for independence, and then if you take it and you hover over them, it should give you a tooltip as to why. Have I been banned by this clown? No. Ask Russian trolls why Finland and Sweden joined NATO? Yeah, basically. And then Finland and Sweden joined NATO and Russia didn't attack them. Like, it wasn't exactly the same provocation they thought it was. Also, that Finland joining, by the way, expanded the border more than any other country. Finland has an enormous border with Russia. Although the pro-Russian people tried to gaslight you into justifying the attack on Ukraine by making arguments for hypothetical missiles in Mexico. Yep, this is all to weaken your position on Putin, calling it out 100%. It's like, yeah, this is also a hypothetical from, like, the Cuban Missile Crisis was 70 years ago as well. And it's, again, yeah, you're exactly right. It's a deflection. Because you can't justify the invasion of Ukraine. Deflection is the type of tool that you have. Russia could win a war at any moment, yet they refuse to kill that many civilians. You're talking about nuking everyone? If Russia deploys tactical nukes, I expect Poland to invoke Article 5 because the nuclear fallout would be moving into their territory. If that's what you mean by winning the war. Russia's very much been trying to win the war for an extended period of time, and they've had no problem attacking civilian populations. Again, you could look up what happened in Bucha, and other occupied territories. They have no kindness or reservation attacking civilian populations, and have done so extensively. They really love bombing Kiev on holidays. In fact, the day that Trump reopened negotiations, they came into Chernobyl and they bombed the containment zone, letting out a bunch of, like, nuclear waste. How do you find the strength to keep engaging with the YouTube trolls bots? I think I can help in some way and maybe convince people who are on the fence. I don't know. I think it's probably more productive overall to engage them than it is to say nothing and just play Victoria 3, but it's probably bad for my channel. I don't know. I don't have the answers, Sway. We're gonna have to go in just a minute, like, either way. So maybe we just try and catch up. We'll max out the oil. Trump is ridiculously inspired by Putin, basically. Let me invade your mind or idea with concept to make your other position seem less defensible. That's the strategy here, 100%. Because there's no defense to what Putin's doing. Costa Rica wants in, I suppose. It's okay to question things for yourself, but you know it was Russia that invaded. Russia's the aggressor. Yep. Greenland, the empty island with literally 10 people. It's got like 50,000 people, I believe. if I'm not mistaken. I think it's in the 50,000s. It's also been Denmark's for a very long time, like 400 or 500 years. We find crisis is bad. Alienating all of our allies. Oh yeah, because they're allies, not our vassals, and who have zero say in the matter. I definitely think we're about to see how much it's allies and not vassals. The United States definitely leans on people, but it's not in full and full and complete control of these other countries. The United States' soft power and its ability to lean is gonna significantly diminish. But that's gonna be a matter of, we're gonna just get to observe that in real time. Annexing Greenland and Canada is literally the worst thing Trump could do to Putin. No, it's not, because it's like undermining the solidarity and the wall of opposition against Putin. The descent into spheres of influence where Putin gets Eastern Europe, the United States goes after North America, and Xi takes Thailand is overall something that Putin would be in favor of. We see Great Uluru for a second. Does Manchu need to teach them tolerance? No, they're fine. The Gucci. Russia's very likely to side with them. Russia's damaging relations, damn it. We have a belligerent Russia on our border. Finland on the far border is irrelevant. Any invasion would realistically start from Ukraine or Poland. Yeah, so we're projecting an attitude and behavior of invading other countries onto Poland and Ukraine, when the only person who's been demonstrating that since World War II has been Russia. It's a provocation, I tell you. Her skirt was so short, she was asking for it. Classic. It's hilarious seeing him act like Finland joining NATO is the same thing as Ukraine being invited in 2021. Putin had the exact same rhetoric about Finland joining, is the critically important part. I guess Putin invading, I'm more suspicious of American military-industrial complex and foreign policy establishment than I am of Russian president wanting to take over Ukraine. Have you read a lot about Putin? What's the literature you've studied on this one? I suspect you just don't know Putin that much. I mean, I'm skeptical of the military-industrial complex as well. But one is significantly worse than the other. If you're so anti-Putin, I am. Why are you in favor of a stronger USA? Why are you not in favor of a stronger USA? I'm not sure exactly what. Maybe you clarified. We are literally the only country in the world that can beat Russia, so strengthening the US is the best way to keep them out. So you think that by not helping Ukraine, we are putting ourselves in a better position to defeat and undermine Vladimir Putin, who is in the process of invading Ukraine. That is the argument you're putting forth right there with that one? I almost think it would be an insult to the intelligence of, the viewers for me to try and explain why that's, doesn't make sense. It's not about defending the invasion, it's about the question of involvement. And the American people have said they don't care, and that's because they don't want World War III to break out. This threatening with World War III is not having to do with Ukraine or America. It has to do with Putin. Right? That is Putin saying he will escalate. And so the problem is very much so Putin. It is not us attacking Russia and invading Russia and provoking Russia to deploy stuff. It is Russia invading someone else and then doing as much saber rattling as possible to make, to try and cow America into non-action. Much like how Hitler did with France and Great Britain, when he was going after the Sudetenland and the Anschluss. The issue is I don't trust the U.S. helmed by Trump to support in any way. Yeah, I mean, I expect the U.S. will not be helpful. We get our techs. Oh, we're gonna have to go soon, though. We already have plans. We're kind of fired up right now. We have to get ready. I think we have maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Bro thinks Taiwan and Thailand are the same thing. Oh, if I said Thailand, I misspoke. That's on me. If you can't perform the, like... Yeah, I mean, like... I don't know. If you want to have the most bad faith interpretation of me as possible and think that I don't know where Taiwan is, and then, like... okay. I guess you could do that. For peace in our time, 2 years later, basically. Trump makes the USA weaker, for sure. Weaker diplomatic position with fewer tributary states. Yeah, I mean, if you want to capture it like that, you can. But in theory, well, actually, it looks like nothing like a tributary state, but, like, this is not, like, fundamentally the thing I would want to focus on. It's that Putin is a monster, the invasion of Ukraine is unjustified, and Ukraine should be helped. Whether or not the other stuff's, like, a little bit less important to me on the level. We can expand out the ports quite a bit. Which will be good. France is offering Germany nuclear weapons. That makes sense. Critically important part is that he had his hands tied in Ukraine, and that's why Finland wasn't attacked. If Finland was invited first, it would have been attacked. Maybe. He's been... he said he would... he did his saber rattling regarding Finland joining when Finland was trying to join during the invasion of Ukraine, and, like, this deploy nuclear weapons type of rhetoric, and then he doesn't do anything. He said it would be a extreme provocation, which is what he says about everything, to try and get nobody to oppose him for being a thug and a brute and an imperialist. Putin bombs his own citizens? He did. You can look this up. The Ryazan apartment bombings. I've read Putin's Wikipedia page, that's it? Yeah, then you're hopelessly uninformed regarding him. That's, like, not a lot. I mean, like, to some extent, like, because this is your second time out, and we've talked about Putin, like, somewhat extensively on the channel. Like, one Wikipedia article is, like... That's not a lot, man. I guess like kind of I guess a lot of this makes sense. I'm being a lot more snarky here than I probably should be, just in general. I'm just, like, really upset right now anyway. Which doesn't have anything to do with you guys making me upset. More to do with my country, so I should try and be nicer to the chatters, even the ones I disagree with, because that's how you, like, actually have good dialogue. 5-10 minutes, I just got here? Yeah. Sorry, Pochak. Trump said he literally stopped a war none of you could have even heard of. This kind of stuff probably happens all the time, but behind the scenes, if Putin wants to come into Europe, we will put our foot down. I mean, he is coming into Europe right now. What do you mean? what do you mean? He's coming to Europe right now, and didn't you watch the interview or the thing yesterday? Like, Trump put his foot down all right on Zelensky's back. But bro, I know I keep bringing it up, but why are you discounting reality that the USA would invade Mexico in reverse scenario? I agree that we shouldn't, but we would. I actually don't think we would in a modern climate. Like, I really don't. You can invoke, like, Bay of Pigs and be like, well, we invaded Cuba, like, and I just, like, I disagree with that theoretical. But I don't have a way to prove a theoretical, so, like, I don't really think that conversation goes anywhere. You could keep up bringing up Mexico, but I mean, I disagree with that. I think that is just, like, a deflection of, like, responsibility to, like, make it convenient to support Putin, or to, like, not support Ukraine. If we don't want World War III, we should try to normalize relations. That was extensively tried over the course of the Obama administration, and this, like, engagement, this dangling the engagement and the possibility of normalizing relations and having good relations, Russia has diplomatically, like, dangled while they're in the process of actively trying to undermine the West. And they're not going to stop trying to actively undermine the West, even if they, like, pretend play nice on a public stage. This is just a way in which you kick the can down the road. Putin should have been dealt with in the early 2000s, and then he would have been much more manageable. And just keep pushing it down the road. Putin's just going to keep gathering more and more strength. He'll certainly be stronger if he annexes Ukraine. But imperialism is good. We're playing Vicky. Yeah, we understand the irony. Is it possible Trump could state he supports Russia in the war in Ukraine? I don't think there's a very good reason for him to do that, unless we're going to actively support them in a hot way that would be completely undeniable. But I think that the United States is going to supply Russia with military intelligence, possibly remove Starlink, and possibly stop selling weapons to Europe with which to supply to Ukraine. And find some pretext for all of that, in which point I don't think Ukraine could possibly win. So... America already voted against the condemnation of Ukraine's invasion? Yeah. When, like, if you wanted to be a neutral, impartial, like, negotiator or this type of thing, you would have voted neutrality rather than voting to not condemn. Yeah, I'm surprised the bombings aren't more widely known. Yeah. Well, no one brings it up. Should bring it up more. The apartment bombings when Putin bombed his own people. I think it's time to clean it up. Who invaded who? Barnell, haven't you been arguing on the side of Putin this entire time? Are you gonna say Ukraine invaded? Chechen War, Georgian War. Well, Chechnya is a little bit more complicated because it wasn't recognized as independent by the international community, as far as I remember. But I also don't want to, like, defend what Putin did in Chechnya. The entire point of World War II was to end this kind of behavior. Now we live in a world where both the UK and Germany are anti-invading anyone, and then that's the good world, not a perfect one. But Trump shouldn't support Putin this openly. He shouldn't support Putin at all, regardless of open or not. Ukraine lost the war, IMO. It's even ambiguous who started it. You're just like 100%. Russia definitely started this war. It's not ambiguous. Calling something a provocation, and then that's like me asking for your milk money. We're thinking maybe a little bit about Yanukovych here, who was the Russian stooge. You refusing to give me your milk money, and then me punching you in the nose and saying I wanted your milk money, and therefore you provoked me by saying I couldn't have your milk money. Yeah. And we're talking about World War III. This narrative of things escalating to World War III is one that Russian propaganda loves to propagate. That way, the West will be entirely complacent and just let him do what he wants. It sounds like you think World War III is inevitable. I'm saying, to the extent that there is a war in Europe, and we are concerned regarding a war in Europe, there's already a war in Europe. How do you ultimately stop Russia if Putin is diabolical, as he used to say? You probably force him out of the country, and then you don't invade deeper into Russia because of threat of, like, nuclear war, but you can still force him out of Ukraine. I think it's complicated because I think you don't want to put his back up against the wall, but I don't think that forcing him out of Ukraine is putting his back against the wall. And yeah, I just said it, he should have been dealt with in the 2000s. Putin is 72 years old. He's not Hitler. No, he's probably smarter than Hitler, more experienced, better at playing the game of like the two-faced game, which has been pretty good for in terms of international stuff. Although we got to catch up with the chat and then we'll be out of here because we got to be done at 1:30. You're saying we should nuke Russia, or what's the solution here in your opinion? I'm not saying we should nuke Russia. Absolutely willing to send every man in the West to die for Zog. Look, if you are getting attacked, I think it's better to defend yourself. I think that the West as a collective is under attack, unambiguously, and is being undermined at home. And one of the reasons why the United States is like so fucked up and partisan is because of the attempts to sow partisanship in our country, to make it, to undermine the United States. And this is going on in the rest of the West and is being propagated principally, although not exclusively, by Vladimir Putin. I've never really understood the argument for Ukraine being the aggressor. It's the I'm not a fascist, you're a fascist argument. And then you point the finger at them for the same thing, such that you are hoping that people shrug their shoulders and be like, well, I guess I don't really know which, and won't do anything about it. Donetsk and Luhansk are in the Sudetenland. No, but Hitler's argument about liberating ethnic Germans is exactly the same as Putin's argument about liberating ethnic Russians. I'm a coward and you're a big dude. You can have my money. No, please don't. You're undermining my example. What happened to China? We happened to China? For the most part, we still have a truce with them. We've slowed down quite a bit in this objective of annexing them. We shaved the beard, though. So you want nuclear war? Ah, yes. The natural argument. We love the false, what is it? The double bind, or like the false choice. Either you want nuclear war, or you don't support Ukraine. Yeah. It's absurd. We're focused on this topic to avoid talking about China's borders. This is way less painful. Yeah, basically. Russian nationalists in chat are never going to listen. Probably not, but I think that there are perhaps people in chat who are watching who are interested in thinking about the topic, and maybe it would help. I don't really know, though. But yeah, I don't think I'm convincing the people. He wants to kill off our young men so he can implement his freedom of movement idea for the infinite immigration. Generalist is capitalist converting. Well, Fine Crisis is kind of just trolling here. Rather than, I think, actually arguing. Because we've seen enough of the way Fine Crisis chats. I don't think there's a need for Hitler and Stalin comparisons regarding to how bad he is. Putin can be bad without being the worst ever. They're maybe not necessary. They're maybe not necessary, but I don't think that they're inappropriate or inaccurate, so. Russian trolls on every 40 watcher stream is sure is good use of Russian taxes. Well, I think, I don't think these guys are employed by the Russian government as much as I think that they've been convinced, let's say. That would be an insanely bad use, unless they're actual bots. But I don't know to what extent you can... I mean, it's getting easier to program bots to do the things. This guy probably loves all the Muslims streaming into Europe. Just deflection, doesn't want to talk about actual Putin. You should look into race theory. I have studied a bit on race. According to all Russian political parties, having NATO on Ukraine is the exact same thing as having your back against the wall. This is why this is happening. There's only one party in Russia. We like to refer to when the party that Putin's a part of getting voted for by Chechnya, who had just been put down by like a brutal, the secession movement had been put down by brutal, oppressive hand, 99.5% turnout and 99% for Putin is very obviously a not a free and fair election. So political parties in Russia, I just don't care, and it's not accurate. I'll stop talking about it. I appreciate you responding to my comments. We're about to leave anyways, either way. So I ain't chatting, but it's fun watching you argue. Yeah, trying a little bit less to entertain here as much as actually be useful to humanity, but unfortunately I guess people like to watch this stuff. I don't mind being as much a doomer about America, but outside of that I really enjoy watching you talk about this. Yeah. Main point of these conversations are to persuade silently listening fence sitters. Yep. I don't think I'm going to convince radicals. Trump is living in a fairy tale. What the fuck is happening? He was president 16 to 20. Can you say a comment? He was not president then. Oh no, wait, he was. Sorry, he wasn't 2020 to 24. My brain messed up on the numbers. Yeah. I think the people who complain about active discussion are loud minorities. Maybe. I'm not really sure. Is this Christian Manchuria? It's not. But, there's more than one political party in Russia. There's one real political party. Actually, there's just Putin, but, yeah. Are you supportive of Trump Gaza? No. But we gotta get out of here, because we have plans, and so I have to conclude the stream here. Thank you all for coming out. For those of you who just wanted to watch some victory, I'm sorry this happened and devolved into this. For those of you who like this type of conversation, I guess that's okay, /good. But anyways, we'll be heading off now.